The world you have been in today was not designed for the nervous system you have, not as a criticism of the world or of the nervous system, as the honest, specific, physiologically accurate statement of a mismatch that has been running through every waking hour of today and every waking hour of every ordinary day before it. The nervous system you are living in was designed through hundreds of thousands of years of the specific, patient, non-negotiable process of evolutionary calibration for a different world entirely. A world with a specific quality of light that changed predictably through the day and disappeared entirely at night. A world with a specific quality of air that carried the chemical signatures of living plants and wet earth, and the specific, complex, immune-supporting compounds that the forest produces and releases into the atmosphere around it. A world with a specific quality of sound, layered, irregular, non-threatening, the specific acoustic texture of the living environment rather than the mechanical, artificial, continuous, alert signal quality of the human-made one. The nervous system was calibrated for that world. The world you have been in today was the other one. The screens with their specific blue-white, circadian, disrupting light at the hours when the ancient world would have been dark. The connectivity. The continuous, always available, never quite finished quality of the information stream that the modern life produces. The specific below the awareness cost of a nervous system that has been in the receiving position for stimulation through every hour that the ancient world would have been winding toward rest. The indoor air and the artificial temperature and the specific sensory poverty quality of the built environment. Third, the absence of the phytoncides, the mycorrhizal volatiles, the specific chemical language that the forest speaks and that the human immune system has been listening for through the full span of human evolution. The body has been in a foreign language environment all day. Not dramatically foreign, functionally foreign. The nervous system has been managing the mismatch the way it manages every sustained mismatch, competently, below the awareness, at a specific, real, metabolic cost that does not announce itself as a cost, but simply accumulates through the hours as the specific, particular. This is different from the ordinary tiredness quality of a body that has been doing more work than the ordinary work to maintain its function in an environment it was not built for. You have been paying this cost today. You have been paying it every day. Tonight, something genuinely different is available, not the ordinary lying down of the ordinary evening. The specific, deliberate, sensorially complete departure from the world that has been producing the mismatch and the arrival in the world that the nervous system was calibrated for. A forest, not a general, vaguely pleasant forest visualization of the kind that the sleep content space produces in abundance. A specific, extraordinary, physiologically real in its effects forest. The bioluminescent forest. The forest where the organisms that have been producing light through the chemistry of their own living, the fungi, the mycorrhizal networks, the fireflies, the specific living light-producing organisms that the forest night contains, fill the darkness with the specific, cool, blue-green quality of light that is the most ancient available illumination of the human night. This light is not artificial, it is alive, and the quality of a live light at the cool blue-green wavelength of bioluminescence is the specific circadian system relevant, melatonin pathway engaging, precisely appropriate quality of light that the nervous system was designed to receive at this hour, not the blue-white of the screen, not the warm white of the lamp, the blue-green, low-intensity, softly pulsing, living quality of the forest's own light at night, the light that the human nervous system has been using as its end-of-day signal for longer than any other signal in the human experience. The forest is available tonight, not as a metaphor and not as a pleasant distraction from the day that has just ended, as the specific, sensorially complete, physiologically real in its effects environment that the nervous system has been waiting for through every hour of the foreign language world it has been in since this morning. You can see it from here, not yet inside it, at the edge of it, at the specific place where the ordinary world ends and the forest begins, where the quality of the light changes from the artificial to the living, and the quality of the air changes from the indoor to the forest, and the quality of the sound changes from the human-made to the ancient, and the nervous system, which has been managing the mismatch all day, receives the first available evidence that the mismatch is ending. The forest is ahead. The departure begins now. The path begins at your feet, not a dramatic path, the specific, quietly available path that exists at the edge of every forest, the place where the ordinary ground gives way to the forest's ground, in the specific, gradual, barely perceptible way of a transition that has been occurring in this place for longer than any human structure in the ordinary world has been standing. The path is narrow enough to be intimate and clear enough to be certain. It has been walked before, not by anyone you know, by the specific accumulated, centuries-long walking of the path that every forest path carries in the particular quality of its surface, the routes that have been crossed enough times to be worn smooth, the slight hollows where footsteps have been placed with enough consistency that the earth has learned the shape of the step. You know the path is right because the feet recognize it, not from memory, from the body's older knowing, the knowing that lives below the memory, in the specific, evolutionary, deep in the tissue recognition of the nervous system that has been calibrated for exactly this, the forest path, the transition from the ordinary world's surfaces to the living surfaces of the natural environment, the body that has been on hard, artificial, non-living surfaces through every hour of the ordinary day registers the change immediately. The first step onto the path produces the specific, small, immediately available quality of something being slightly more right than what was there before. The ground underfoot is changing. The specific, yielding, pressure and release quality of the forest path, replacing the flat, unyielding, dead surface quality of the ordinary world's floors. Each step finding the slight give of the earth, the specific compression of the leaf mold and the moss, the particular cushioned quality of it that is alive in the way that only surfaces made of accumulating organic material over decades and centuries are alive. The feet register this change in the specific, below the awareness, neural pathway completing way of a nervous system receiving the sensory input it was calibrated to receive. The air is changing too. The first thing, before the forest is visible, before the bioluminescent light is perceptible, before any of the forest's visual qualities have become available, is the air. The forest air reaches the path before the path has reached the forest. It arrives in the specific directional, coming from a head quality of air, moving through the trees and carrying what the trees have been producing. The phytoncides, the terpenes, the specific volatile organic compounds that the living forest releases into its atmosphere as the byproducts of its own chemistry. The human immune system has been listening for these compounds through the full span of human evolution. The nose receives them before the mind has processed what they are, and the body responds in the specific, small, honest, physiologically real way of a system receiving a signal it was designed to receive, with the first fractional tension-easing quality of the forest air working. The sounds of the ordinary world are behind you, not dramatically behind, specifically behind. The particular quality of the ordinary world's ambient noise, the mechanical, electrical, human-generated, continuous alertlet signal texture of the sounds that have been accompanying every hour of today, is still present but directional now. It is behind rather than surrounding. The forest's sounds are ahead, the first, tentative, barely their quality of the night forest's acoustic environment, beginning to reach the path before the path has fully arrived at the forest. The specific, layered, non-threatening quality of the sounds that live at the edge. The movement of leaves in the upper canopy, the first distant water, the specific silence between. The living sounds that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of the space that living sounds inhabit, and the light, the first perception of it, not seen yet, felt, the specific, subtle, directional quality of the bioluminescent lights, cool blue-green, reaching the path in the specific way that light from a living source reaches, before it is directly visible, not bright, not demanding. The quietest available light, the light that does not activate the threat response, that does not suppress the melatonin, that does not require the eye to adjust or the nervous system to manage, simply present in the ahead direction, pulsing very slightly with the living quality of its source. The forest is there. 30 steps. 20. The path knows the way. The first tree passes on the left, not dramatically, with the specific, quiet, unremarkable quality of the first tree of any forest, which is never the most extraordinary tree, but is always the most significant one because it is the first, the threshold tree. The tree that marks the crossing from the world that has been into the world that is beginning. Its trunk is wide enough that the arms could not reach around it, and old enough that the bark has the specific, deeply furrowed, grey-brown quality of bark that has been accumulating its texture for longer than a human lifetime. The bioluminescent shelf fungi at its base glow with the steady, soft blue-green quality of organisms that have been producing this light through the same chemistry in this same place, through every night of the decades since they first established themselves here. The tree does not notice the crossing. The forest does not mark it. There is no ceremony at the threshold of the bioluminescent forest. Only the specific, gradual, already underway quality of the transition that has been occurring since the path began. But the body notices. The nervous system that has been managing the mismatch of the ordinary world registers the crossing in the specific below the awareness, physiologically honest way of a system that has just moved from the environment it was not built for into the environment it was. Something in the chest that has been slightly held releases by a small, specific, real degree. The breath that arrives in the next cycle is fractionally fuller than the breath that preceded it. The jaw, which has been maintaining some degree of the ordinary world's managed expression, softens by the specific, available first step degree that the threshold crossing makes available. The forest is on all sides now, not the edge of forest quality of the path's beginning, where the forest was ahead and the ordinary world was behind, the full, surrounding, every direction quality of being inside. The trees ahead and behind and on either side, each one carrying its own expression of the bioluminescence. The shelf fungi at the bases, the specific luminescent moss that covers the north-facing surfaces of the bark, the mycorrhizal glow at the forest floor that is the underground network expressing itself at the surface. The light is everywhere, not bright, present. The specific, soft, cool, living quality of light that does not demand anything of the eye or the nervous system. The eye receives it without effort. The nervous system receives it without activation. It is simply there, the way the forest has always been there at night for the human eye that evolved to see in exactly this quality of light. The air inside the forest is different from the air at the threshold, richer, the phyton sides, more concentrated as the forest closes around the path. The specific, immune signaling, cortisol-reducing compounds that the forest produces at their highest available concentration in the deep interior. The temperature cooler by the specific degree that the forest's canopy and the night's natural cooling have together produced. The precise circadian system appropriate core temperature drop initiating coolness of the forest interior at night. The human body's core temperature drops as part of the sleep initiation cascade. The circadian clock using the temperature decrease as one of its primary synchronization signals. The forest's cool air is participating in this cascade, meeting the body's own temperature drop signal with the specific, appropriate, ancient, environmental context that the modern bedroom's managed temperature cannot provide. The sound is complete now, not the edge of forest acoustic quality of the transition, the full, surrounding, every direction acoustic environment of the deep forest interior, the specific, layered, non-threatening quality of the old forest at night. The mycorrhizal network doing its work below, in a silence that is felt rather than heard, the canopy's slight movement producing the specific, irregular, unpatterned sound of leaves in a light forest breeze, the stream, closer now, clearly ahead. Its sound more specific and more present than the distant quality it had at the path's beginning, and everywhere, the light, the bioluminescent forest at the moment of full entry, the fungi at the base of every tree, the moss on every bark surface catching the light and carrying it, the mycorrhizal glow in the forest floor between the path's stones, the fireflies beginning their slow, unhurried movement through the middle distance, not the frantic summer evening quality of fireflies at their peak, but the slow, contemplative, one light at a time, quality of the deep forest fireflies at the deep of the night. The crossing is complete. The ordinary world is behind the threshold tree and is not visible from here. The forest is everywhere. You are inside it now. stand here for a moment, not moving forward yet, simply receiving what the first full moment of arrival inside the bioluminescent forest provides. The journey is ahead. The path continues into the forest depth through environments that become progressively more extraordinary as the forest's heart is approached. But the arrival deserves its own moment before the journey continues. The specific, unrepeatable quality of the first full perception of an extraordinary environment. The moment before familiarity begins, when everything is still new and the senses are still registering without the filtering that familiarity produces. The visual field is extraordinary, not in the way of the dramatic, the overwhelming, the too much, in the specific, available, receivable way of a beauty that has been calibrated to the human eye's capacity, rather than designed to exceed it. The bioluminescent forest's light is at the level of a room lit by many candles, enough to see clearly, not enough to suppress the darkness that the night requires. The specific, cool, blue-green quality of the light is different from every artificial light in the ordinary world. It does not have the warmth of the lamp, or the blue-white of the screen, or the yellow-orange of the fire. It has the specific, living quality of light that is produced by chemistry rather than by combustion or electronics. The light that organisms produce when the proteins in their cells react with oxygen in the specific bioluminescent process that the forest's night inhabitants have been using since long before the first human eye was present to perceive it. This light does not activate the threat response. The nervous system that receives the bioluminescent light receives it as the specific, ancient, familiar, entirely safe quality of the light that the human night has contained through the full span of human evolution. Not alarming, not suppressing, not demanding anything of the eye or the wakefulness maintenance system of the brain. The melatonin production that the circadian clock has been trying to initiate through every hour of the ordinary evening, suppressed by the screen light, delayed by the artificial illumination, disrupted by the modern environment's comprehensive failure to provide the darkness that the melatonin pathway requires, receives in the bioluminescent forest's blue-green living light the specific, appropriate, ancient signal that the suppression can end. The melatonin is beginning to rise, not as a concept, as the specific, available, present moment quality of the melatonin cascade initiating, the slightly heavy quality behind the eyes, the specific, fractionally dreamlike quality of the awareness at the edges, the body temperature beginning its drop, the circadian system's sleep initiation temperature signal arriving as the forest's cool air provides the environmental context that the ancient mechanism requires, the breathing slower than the ordinary world's breath, the shoulders lower than the ordinary world's demands required them to be. The body is receiving the forest, not as a metaphor, as the physiologically real expression of a nervous system that has been given the specific, ancient, designed for this environment that its calibration requires, and is responding with honest, immediate, physiologically real quality of a system finally in the right context. The phytoncides in the air working on the immune system's NK cell activity. The cool temperature working on the circadian clock's temperature drop synchronization signal. The bioluminescent light working on the melatonin pathway's light quality sensor. The layered, non-threatening sounds working on the threat response system's ambient safety assessment, every system receiving what it was designed to receive. Simultaneously, right now, in this specific extraordinary bioluminescent forest that the visualization has built, and that the body's ancient systems are responding to with the honest, physiologically real quality of systems that have received the right signal after a long day of the wrong ones. The journey into the forest depth begins in a moment. The path continues ahead, through the luminous clearing and the mushroom grove and the canopy path and the waterfall and the ancient heart at the forest's centre, where the bioluminescence is most complete and the circadian synchronization most deep. Each environment ahead is more extraordinary than the last. The forest's most extraordinary places are deeper in. But first, this, the first full moment of arrival, the body in the forest, the light everywhere, the ordinary world behind the threshold tree and no longer visible. The nervous system receiving the ancient signal that today has been withholding. The journey begins now. The path moves forward into the forest, and the forest floor opens on either side. Not the thin, sparse, single-layer floor of the young forest or the managed woodland. The specific, dense, multi-layered, centuries-accumulated floor of the old-growth forest that has been building its surface through the uninterrupted deposit of leaves and bark, and the bodies of organisms that have lived and died here through every season of the decades that the forest has been undisturbed. The floor is deep, not deep in the dramatic sense of bottomless depth, but in the specific, available, immediately perceptible sense of a surface that has accumulated its substance over time. The specific yielding, pressure-absorbing quality of a floor that is more living than dead, more active than inert, more continually producing than simply lying there. The feet find this floor with each step, and the finding is specific. The pressure of each footfall, absorbed rather than returned. The floor, receiving the weight rather than resisting it. The specific, cushioned, slightly giving quality of moss and leaf mould, and the fungal mycelium that permeates every inch of the old forest's surface. No artificial surface produces this specific quality. The human foot that has spent the day on the flat, hard, unyielding surfaces of the built environment registers the forest floor as categorically different. Not better in the evaluative sense, but different in the specific. Neural pathway completing, sensory hunger addressing sense of a system receiving input it was calibrated to receive, and has not been receiving. The bioluminescence is in the floor. This is what becomes visible as the eyes adjust to the forest's interior. Not just the fungi on the tree trunks and the moss on the bark, but the floor itself carrying the light, the mycorrhizal network, the specific, extraordinary, scientifically real, underground communication and nutrient-sharing system that connects every tree to every other tree in the old forest through the fungal threads that permeate the soil, is bioluminescent in this forest, not in the way of the dramatic floodlit quality of the imagined magical forest, but in the specific subtle has to be looked for quality of the actual bioluminescence, the faint, pulsing, blue-green glow of the living fungal threads expressing themselves at the surface of the floor between the path's stones. It pulses. This is the detail that makes it extraordinary rather than simply beautiful. The mycorrhizal glow does not maintain a steady level. It pulses very slowly in the specific, rhythmically irregular, not quite predictable way of a living system rather than a mechanical one. The pulse has the quality of breathing, the specific, slow, slightly irregular, definitely alive quality of something that is producing its light as a byproduct of its living, rather than as a deliberate display. Approximately once every 10 to 12 seconds, the light brightens very slightly and then returns to its base level. The brightness increase is small, perceptible rather than dramatic, but the perceptibility of it is what matters. The eye notices the pulse. The nervous system receives the pulse as the specific, living, non-threatening, ancient quality of a light source that has been part of the human night environment since before the human nervous system existed to notice it. The body begins to synchronize with the pulse, not deliberately, automatically. The specific, below the awareness, nervous system level synchronization of a biological system, receiving a rhythmic signal from its environment and orienting toward the rhythm the way biological systems have always oriented toward environmental rhythms. The breath, which has been at the ordinary world's characteristic rate, begins to move toward the pulse's rate, not immediately, gradually, over the minutes of walking beside the glowing floor, the breath finding the 10 to 12 second cycle of the mycorrhizal pulse in the specific, self-organizing, uncounted way that the body finds rhythms when the rhythms are present and consistent and non-threatening. The floor stretches away on both sides of the path into the forest's depth, the light going further than the eye can follow. The bioluminescent floor extending between the roots of the ancient trees into the dark spaces between them, the glow present wherever the forest floor is present, the entire understory of the old forest carried in the specific, cool, blue, green living quality of the mycorrhizal network doing its ancient work, the wood-wide web, the forest's underground intelligence, the specific, real, scientifically documented system through which the trees share nutrients and communicate stress signals and support the seedlings of their own species. Through the network that connects the root systems, glowing here with the light of its own chemistry. The path continues through this floor. Each step on the moss produces the specific, slight, phosphorescent disturbance of the bioluminescent organisms. The footprint glowing slightly brighter for a moment after the foot has moved on. The specific, magical but real, chemistry-produced quality of bioluminescent organisms responding to mechanical disturbance with a brief increase in their light output, each a step leaving a footprint of light, each footprint fading within seconds back to the floor's base glow. The path of light behind shows where the journey has been. The path ahead shows where it is going. The floor continuous, the glow continuous, the mycorrhizal network's pulse continuous, the forest receiving every step with the specific, cushioned, yielding, alive quality of the most ancient available walking surface. The feet are warm, the breath is slower, the floor is extraordinary. Look up the trees. The instruction is simple and the response is immediate. The gaze that has been on the extraordinary floor lifting now to the extraordinary height of the old growth canopy, and the specific perspective shifting, scale conveying quality of the old forest seen from inside, eat it, producing the particular quality of response that large living things produce in the human awareness. Not alarm, the opposite of alarm. The specific, available, immediately real quality of smallness that is not threatening but releasing. The body that is aware of its smallness relative to the ancient trees is the body that has, for the moment of that awareness, set down the significance of the ordinary day's concerns, The ordinary day's concerns require a specific scale to feel significant. The scale of the human world, where the person is large enough to be affected by the events and small enough to be worried about them. The forest scale is different. The tree that has been standing here for 300 years has a different relationship to the ordinary day's concerns than the person who has been inside those concerns since morning. The trees provide the perspective. The nearest trunk is enormous, not the polite enormity of the park tree or the managed woodland's largest specimen. The specific, genuine, stops-the-eye enormity of the old-growth tree that has been growing without interruption through the centuries. The diameter of the trunk is wider than the arm span. The bark is the specific, deeply furrowed, complex, not uniform quality of bark that has been accumulating its texture through decades of weather and organism, and the slow, continuous, below the pace of human perception growth that the old tree produces in each of its rings. The shelf fungi on the bark, at the base and at various heights, up the trunk where the bark's surface provides the substrate the fungi require, glow with the specific, warm blue, steady quality of the bioluminescence that shelf fungi produce, each one a distinct shape. The brackets of the fungi stacked in the specific, architecturally precise, overlapping way of fungal growth on vertical surfaces. The bark carries its own ecosystem. The moss on the north-facing surface of the trunk, the specific north-facing quality of the moss's preference for the less illuminated surface, glows with a subtler bioluminescence than the shelf fungi, not the steady, bright enough to read by glow of the larger fungi, but the specific, soft, diffuse, has to be attended to quality of the moss's bioluminescence. The individual moss plants visible if the eye is brought close enough. Each one a tiny, complete, architecturally elaborate structure, the specific, miniature perfection of an organism that has been doing exactly this for longer than the tree it is growing on has been growing. The trunk rises. The gaze follows it upward through the increasing darkness. The bioluminescent light strongest at the forest floor and diminishing with height as the light sources become smaller and more diffuse. The canopy above not dark but dimmer than the floor, the specific gradient quality of the bioluminescent forest's vertical light distribution, producing the particular upward pulling quality of a space that rewards the upward gaze with the specific depth conveying stars between leaves quality of the old-growth canopy at night. The canopy is alive with movement, slow movement, the specific, unhurried, deep night quality of the forest's nighttime canopy inhabitants, not the frantic movement of the daylight canopy, busy with the feeding and the territorial activity of the diurnal species, the specific, slow, deliberate, darkness-appropriate movement of the nocturnal canopy, the owl moving from one branch to another in the noiseless, deliberate way of the ambush predator between hunts, the bat crossing a canopy gap in the specific, rapid, erratic, but purposeful flight path of the echolocating hunter, and the fireflies, the forest's most visibly extraordinary nighttime inhabitants, moving through the middle distance between the floor and the canopy, in the specificest slow, intermittent, one light at a time quality of the deep forest's fireflies at the deep of the night. Each firefly carries a light, not the frantic, summer field, hundreds of lights quality of the firefly display, but the specific, contemplative, one and then another quality of the fireflies in the old forest's interior. A light appears, the specific, warm at its core, cool at its edge quality of the firefly's bioluminescence, slightly warmer in its yellow component then the fungus blue-green, but carrying the same living quality, the same chemistry-produced quality, the same ancient quality of a light that the human eye has been watching at this hour for the full span of human existence. The light holds for 2 seconds, then it disappears. Then, 15 meters to the left and slightly higher, another light appears. The awareness follows each light as it appears and holds and disappears, the attention moving through the forest's interior with the specific, unhurried, meditative quality of an awareness that has found something genuinely interesting to attend to, and that is therefore not attending to the ordinary day's content that was occupying the foreground of the experience before the forest began. The breath has slowed. The shoulders are lower than when the path began. The trees are extraordinary. The sound reaches before the water is visible. This is always the way with forest streams. The ear finds them before the eye does. The specific, directional, growing, louder quality of moving water in a forest, giving the stream a presence in the awareness before the stream has a presence in the visual field. The sound is specific, not the roar of the large river or the trickle of the shallow drainage. The particular middle register, rhythmically complex sound of the shallow stream over a varied stream of stones and pebbles and the occasional larger rock that produces the specific lower frequency, momentarily louder quality of water finding its way around an obstacle. The stream is somewhere ahead and to the right. The path is turning toward it. The specific, gentle, barely perceptible curve of the path that has been heading toward the stream's sound since the stream first became audible. The path knows the stream. Paths in old forests tend toward water in the specific, accumulated walking preference way of paths that have been made by the repeated choices of everyone who has walked them before. And the water has always been the preferred destination, the specific attraction gravity of the water source in the forest that the path has oriented toward over the decades. The sound grows closer, and as the sound grows closer, the visual evidence of the stream arrives. Not the stream itself, but the specific stream-adjacent quality of the forest on either side of the path as the stream is approached. The vegetation thickening and darkening and becoming more water-associated. The specific, larger-leafed, moisture-preferring plants that grow in the streamside zone appearing between the old trees, the mosses getting deeper and more extensive on every surface. The moisture of the stream's vicinity supporting the specific, dense, carpet-quality moss growth that gives the streamside forest its particular, padded, every surface-covered quality, and the bioluminescence changing. The moisture increases the bioluminescence of the moss, the specific, diverse, water availability dependent quality of bioluminescent moss, intensifying near the stream, the carpet of glowing moss on every horizontal surface, thicker and brighter in the stream's vicinity than anywhere else the path has passed through. The fallen logs near the stream, particularly bright, the moisture they have absorbed from the stream spray and the ambient humidity of the streamside air, supporting the specific, dense, overlapping, multiple species, bioluminescent fungal and rose that makes the streamside fallen logs the most brightly glowing surface in the visible forest. The stream appears between two large roots that the path passes between. The specific framing quality of the two old roots, forming a natural gate through which the stream becomes visible. And the stream is extraordinary. The water is carrying the light, not reflected light, carried light, the bioluminescent organisms in the water itself, the specific freshwater bioluminescent organisms that this forest stream contains, their chemistry producing the blue-green light in the moving water, making the stream visible in the darkness, not because moonlight is catching it, but because the stream is itself a source of light. The water over the stones producing the specific fragmenting, thousands of individual light points quality of bioluminescent water in motion, each fragment of the stream's movement carrying its own point of light, the turbulence creating the specific scattering, everywhere at once quality of light distributed through moving water, the sound and the light together, the specific multisensory water in forest quality of the stream experience simultaneously through the ear and the eye, the sound of the water over the stones arriving at the same moment as the sight of the light in the water, the two senses confirming each other, the stream real in the specific multisensory, both senses saying the same thing way of genuine perception. The path runs alongside the stream now, not crossing it, following it. The path and the stream moving in the same direction into the forest's depth. The stream on the right side of the path, its sound constant and its light constant, both providing the specific, continuous, non-demanding quality of the background presence that the nervous system finds most deeply restful. The sound and the light that are always there, that require no attention but reward attention when it is given, that are neither silent nor loud, neither dark nor bright, the specific, deeply ancient, circadian appropriate sound of moving water. The human nervous system has been falling asleep to this sound for longer than it has been doing anything else. The stream's sound is the specific rhythm having, never exactly repeating, always within a range acoustic quality that the threat response system registers as safe. The stream is not approaching, not changing in quality, not signaling any change in the environment. It is simply there. Moving water over stones in the old forest at night, the most ancient available lullaby. The breath synchronizes with the stream's rhythm, not counted, not deliberate, the specific, self-organizing, environment-responsive synchronization of the breath with the ambient rhythm of the living environment. The body finding the stream's pace in the same, below the awareness way that it found the mycorrhizal network's pulse on the forest floor. Slower now, the stream ahead. The path widens beside the stream. Not dramatically, the specific, gradual, welcoming, quality widening of a path that has arrived at a resting place. The path that has been narrow enough to feel intimate and certain enough to feel guided opens here into the specific, slightly larger, more spacious quality of the place where the path has always paused. The resting place that paths in old forests accumulate at the points where the environment is most conducive to pausing beside water, where the view is widest, where the ground is most comfortable, where the walking stops naturally and the being begins. The resting place is here, on the right side of the path, between the path's edge and the stream's bank. A fallen log, not a recently fallen log, with the jagged quality of the fresh break, a long fallen log with the specific decades of settling completely integrated into the environment quality of the tree that has been lying here long enough to have become part of the forest floor rather than a disruption of it. The bark is gone. The wood beneath is soft with age and moisture and the specific gradual, patient process of the forest decomposition, not rotting in the unpleasant sense, but returning in the specific forest ecology sense of the fallen tree, becoming the substrate, the next generation of the forest organisms. The surface of the log is entirely covered in moss, the same deep, moisture-supported, bioluminescent moss that has been covering every surface near the stream. The moss on the log glows with the specific, soft, warm-toned bioluminescence of the streamside moss at its most concentrated. The log is the most comfortable available surface in the visible forest. Sit here, not at the edge of the log, on it fully, the body's weight given completely to the surface that has been softened by decades of the forest's patient work. The moss receives the weight with the specific, yielding, pressure distributing quality of the deepest available natural cushion, not the resilient quality of the artificial cushion that pushes back, but the specific, acquiescing, shape receiving quality of the moss that accepts the weight and holds it without resistance. Feel the contact, the specific whole body quality of the contact between the body and the moss-covered log, not just the sitting surface, but the contact available from both sides. The body's weight pressing downward into the moss receiving the weight without resistance. The air of the forest pressing very gently from all sides, with the specific, cool, phytoncide-rich, temperature-appropriate quality of the forest's nighttime air against every exposed surface. The stream is 2 steps to the right. Its sound is now the dominant available sound. The specific water over stones, rhythmically complex, never exactly repeating acoustic quality of the shallow forest stream at close range. Not loud, present. The difference between the stream heard at a distance and the stream heard from beside it is the difference between knowing the stream is there and being in the stream's sound environment. The stream's sound at close range has a specific surrounding all directions quality. The sound is not coming from one direction, but from the curved space of the stream bank, reaching the ears from multiple angles simultaneously. The specific enveloping quality of water sound that the nervous system registers as the most complete available acoustic safety signal. The bioluminescent light of the stream is visible at this distance. Not the individual organism's light, but the collective stream-wide surface of the water light of the bioluminescent stream at rest and in motion simultaneously. The pools between the stones carrying a steady base-level glow, and the moving water over the stones carrying the fragmenting, scattering, living light quality of the bioluminescence in motion. The body is settling. This is the honest, physiologically real, available to notice quality of the body that has been walking through the bioluminescent forest for the time it has been walking. The specific, progressive, each section adding to the previous settling of the body that has been receiving the forest's circadian signals through every step of the journey. The shoulders are lower when the first rose tree passed on the left. The breath is slower than when the path began. The jaw is softer than the ordinary world maintained it. The hands, resting on the moss on either side of the sitting position, are open, the fingers not curled in the ordinary world's characteristic preparedness, but simply resting, the palms touching the bioluminescent moss, the specific, cool, soft, living quality of the moss available through the palms. The stream is here, The forest is here. The mycorrhizal network is pulsing beneath the log at its 10 to 12 second rhythm. The body is receiving what it came to receive. The first resting place is complete. The journey continues, deeper, more extraordinary, more completely bioluminescent in the next chapter. The path continues from the resting place, and the forest opens ahead into the first of the deep forest's extraordinary environments. The luminous clearing. It is visible from the path before the path arrives at it. The specific, brighter quality of the light ahead. The way the forest's bioluminescence intensifies when the canopy opens and the organisms that have been growing in the understory's shade suddenly have the full sky above them, and the specific, dense, varied, multiple species accumulation of bioluminescent life that the clearing's open conditions support. The clearing's light is not dramatic. It is the specific, proportional, several degrees brighter than the forest's interior quality of a space that contains more bioluminescent organisms per square meter than any other available environment on this journey. The path arrives at the clearing's edge and the clearing opens. It is circular, not the perfect circle of the artificial or the dramatic. The specific, approximate, organic circularity of a space that has been shaped by the falling of one or two very large trees long enough ago that the clearing's edges have softened into the gradual forest encroaching, slow return quality of the forest beginning to reclaim the space, while the space remains open at the center. The diameter is large enough to see the sky. The sky is visible. The specific, star-populated, forest canopy-framed quality of the sky, seen through the opening in the old-growth canopy. The stars present above the clearing in the way they cannot be seen from the forest's interior, where the canopy closes the sky away. The floor of the clearing is the most extraordinary surface encountered on the journey. The bioluminescent organisms that, in the forest's interior, are distributed across the floor in the specific network following, not uniform quality of the mycorrhizal distribution are here, in the clearing's center, concentrated into the specific carpet quality, near continuous glow of the organisms that have been growing without competition from the forest's shade. Through all the years since the clearing was open, the moss is deepest here, the fungi are densest. The mycorrhizal network, running beneath the entire clearing from tree to tree across the open space, glows with its most complete available expression. The pulse, not faint, and has to be looked for as it is in the forest's interior, but present and perceptible and available to the awareness without particular attention. Lie down here, not sit, lie down. The clearing is the body scan's first environment, and the body scan requires the full horizontal, weight-giving quality of the body completely received by the surface beneath it. The moss of the clearing receives the full body with the specific, yielding, shape-conforming quality of the deepest available moss cushion. The body sinking very slightly into the accumulated depth of the moss adjusting to the specific contours of the back and the legs and the arms, with the specific, passive, entirely non-resistant quality of a surface that simply receives whatever is placed upon it. The feet are in the moss. The specific, immediately available quality of the feet's contact with the bioluminescent moss. The soft, cool, slightly yielding surface beneath the soles, the moss's bioluminescence, visible at the edges of the feet, where the contact presses the organisms and produces their specific disturbance-triggered brightening. The feet warm in the moss's contact, the specific peripheral circulation quality of warmth arriving in the feet as the body settles into the clearing surface, the parasympathetic activation advancing, the peripheral vasodilation bringing the circulation to the extremities that the activated state was keeping slightly away. The legs settle, the specific progressive, each muscle receiving the surface quality of the legs settling into the clearing's moss, the calves, the backs of the thighs, the specific, heavy, pressure distributing quality of the legs given fully to the surface beneath them. The weight of the legs is transferred to the clearing's floor, not maintained by the muscles that have been carrying the body through the ordinary world's upright demands, but given. Simply given, the clearing receives the weight without requiring anything in return. The hips settle, the specific, relief-adjacent quality of the hips releasing into the moss of the clearing. The lower back, which has been maintaining its posture through every hour of the ordinary day, this demanded uprightness, finding the specific supported, no longer required to hold quality of the horizontal surface beneath it. The lumbar curve receiving the moss's gentle support. The sacrum settling into the clearing's floor with the specific, dense, finally given quality of a weight that has been carried all day and has just been set down. The clearing's bioluminescent light is everywhere. Above, the sky with its stars. Below and around, the carpet of glowing moss and the mycorrhizal network's pulse visible in the ground beneath the moss's surface. The pulse moving through the clearing's floor in the specific slow 10 to 12 second rhythm that the body's breath has been finding through the journey. The light cool and present and non-demanding. The pulse available to the awareness without requiring the awareness. The lower body is in the clearing. Heavy, warm, received by the most extraordinary available surface. The releasing begins here. At the body's foundation, the feet and the legs and the hips in the specific, bioluminescent, mycorrhizal pulse adjacent, sky above quality of the luminous clearing at the deep forest's first extraordinary place. The path from the luminous clearing leads into the mushroom grove. The transition is gradual, the clearing's openness giving way to the increasing closeness of the forest's interior, the sky disappearing behind the canopy as the trees close overhead again, and then the mushrooms, the first ones appearing at the path's edges in the specific, solitary, not yet grove quality of individual specimens standing in the forest's understory before the grove's full concentration is reached. Large, each cap the diameter of a serving plate, each stem the diameter of a wrist, each surface producing the steady, blue-green, chemistry-produced bioluminescence of the old forest's most dramatically visible, light-producing organism. Then the grove opens, and the grove is extraordinary in a way that none of the previous environments have been extraordinary, not in degree, but in kind. The clearing was extraordinary through its openness, its sky visibility, its carpet-quality floor. The mushroom grove is extraordinary through its architecture, the tall fungi, some reaching knee-height, some waist-height, the largest reaching the shoulder, create a specific column and canopy quality of space that the human eye has no ordinary reference for, not the forest's tree and canopy architecture, which is vertical and distant, not the clearing's open floor and sky architecture, which is horizontal and expansive. The mushroom grove's architecture is intimate. The columns of the mushroom stems at human scale, the caps of the largest specimens at eye level or above, the light-producing surfaces everywhere within arm's reach, a cathedral made of living light. The caps of the largest fungi produce the most concentrated bioluminescence of any surface encountered on the journey. The specific, bright enough to cast shadows beneath the cap's quality of the grove's dominant organisms at their peak light production. The light beneath each cap has a specific directed downward quality. The cap acting as a reflector, the bioluminescence of the cap's underside and edges directed toward the floor, in the specific lampshade quality of a light source with a curved reflective surface above it. Each large mushroom is a lamp. The grove is a room full of lamps at human scale, each one producing the specific cool, blue-green, living light quality of the bioluminescent chemistry. The belly is the grove's body area. Lie here in the grove's interior, or remain lying from the clearing, the journey continuing in the horizontal position that the clearing established, and bring the awareness to the belly that has been contracting and managing and containing through every hour of the ordinary world's demands, the belly that carries the specific chronic below the awareness tension of the person who has been managing their presentation through the social and professional demands of the ordinary day. The belly that has been slightly held, slightly controlled, slightly less than fully participating in the breath's movement. The grove's air is specific. The bioluminescent spores, the specific microscopic light-producing particles that the large fungi release into the grove's air as part of their reproductive process, are visible in the grove's interior as a specific, drifting, slow-falling, living quality of the air, not thick enough to be fog or haze, specific enough to be visible when the eye attends to the middle distance, the specific individual points of light quality of the spores catching their own bioluminescence as they drift. Breathing this air is breathing the forest's light in its most distributed available form. The belly receives the next breath. Allow it, the specific, simple, available invitation to allow the next inhale to arrive in the belly rather than stopping in the chest. The belly rising with the inhale as the diaphragm descends. The specific, gentle, not dramatic rising of the belly in the presence of the breath that has been given the space to arrive fully. The grove's atmosphere supporting the breath's arrival. The specific, rich, oxygen-dense, phytoncide carrying quality of the forest air at its most concentrated, providing the breath with the content that the body has been needing, and with the exhale, the belly softening. The specific, progressive exhale following softening of the belly as the diaphragm ascends through its full range in the grove's presence, not the controlled, managed, visibility-aware softening of the ordinary world's breath, but the complete, unobserved, no performance required softening of the belly in the forest's privacy. The chest widens, the specific, fractional, breath-by-breath widening of the chest as the belly's fuller participation in the breath allows the ribcage its fuller expansion. The chest that has been slightly compressed through the ordinary day's postural and social demands, receiving the grove's atmosphere with the specific opening quality of tissue given room. It has been slightly denied. The heart is inside the widening chest, beating at the lower rate that the forest journey has been producing. The specific vagal tone building, parasympathetic advancing, heart rate reducing effect of the accumulated forest signals arriving in the cardiovascular system as the measurable, honest, physiologically real reduction in the heart's rate from the ordinary world's characteristic level. The grove's light is on the belly and the chest. Cool, present, the specific, melatonin pathway appropriate, circadian system appropriate, sleep cascade initiating quality of the bioluminescent light on the body's center. The belly is soft. The chest is wider. The grove is extraordinary. From the mushroom grove the path rises, not steeply, the specific, gradual, forest path quality of a rise that the legs manage without effort, the incline present enough to be felt and gentle enough to be unremarkable, the path rising through the forest's understory toward the canopy, toward the specific environment that exists between the forest floor and the open sky, in the territory of the old trees' upper branches, where the canopy path has been built. The canopy path is a structure of the forest's own making, not a human-constructed walkway with railings and planking, and the specific, mechanical, built-by-people quality of the ordinary world's elevated structures, a structure that has evolved from the forest, the old trees in this part of the forest, growing with their upper branches, intertwined in the specific, touching and supporting quality of branches that have been growing toward each other through the decades until they have become structurally interdependent. The canopy path is where these branches have formed a continuous walkable surface, broad enough to move along with confidence, stable enough to stand on, without the menace of height producing the threat response, open enough that the view in every direction is the full 360-degree below and above and all sides quality of the canopy level. The path arrives at the base of the first ladder. The ladder is made of the forest, the specific, living, branch-formed, already their quality of the old tree's lower branches arranged, with enough proximity to be climbable. The hands find the first branch, and the feet find the second, and the body rises through the understory toward the canopy in the specific branch-by-branch, unhurried quality of a climb that does not require effort and does not produce alarm. The ground falls away below, not alarmingly, the specific, proportional, available to notice quality of the forest floor becoming more distant as the height increases, the luminous clearing visible below and to the left, its circular bioluminescent carp visible from above, in the specific map quality, full extent of the clearing quality that is not available from the floor level, the mushroom grove below and to the right, its concentrated bioluminescent canopy visible from above as the specific bright blue-green cluster of the grove's light-producing caps seen from their upper surfaces for the first time. The canopy path opens ahead. The broad branch-formed horizontally available surface of the intertwined upper branches extending through the canopy in the direction that the deeper forest lies. The canopy path is not straight. It follows the branches, which follow the trees, which follow the forest's interior logic. It curves gently to the right. It rises slightly and then levels. It provides the specific, continuous, reliable quality of a path that can be followed without looking at the feet. The shoulders are the canopy's body area. Standing on the canopy path, or sitting, the sitting position fully available on the branch-formed surface's widest sections, bring the awareness to the shoulders that have been elevated in the ordinary world's characteristic social and professional posture. The shoulders that carry the specific day-accumulated postural tension of a body that has been presenting and performing and managing through every demanded interaction of the ordinary day. The view from the canopy changes the shoulders. This is the specific quality of height that the canopy path provides, not the vertiginous threat-adjacent quality of human-made elevation, but the specific perspective shifting releases the shoulders' quality of natural elevation in the forest context. The forest floor is visible below, not frightening, simply distant. The sky is visible above, not abstract, specifically present. The stars clear in the specific light pollution-free quality of the forest sky. The bioluminescent forest in every direction. The entire visible extent of the river from the canopy level, lit with the cool blue-green of the mycorrhizal networks and the shelf, fungi and the glowing moss and the fireflies moving at the same height as the canopy path, now at eye level rather than above. The shoulders fall, the specific perspective releasing. The ordinary world is very small from here, quality of the canopy's height, allowing the shoulders to find the lower position that the ordinary world's scale kept them from. The trapezius muscles releasing the specific elevation that they have been maintaining through the ordinary day's demands. The shoulders falling to the position that is simply the shoulders without the day's requirements, lower than the social posture, lower than the professional posture, lower than any position the ordinary world was allowing them to occupy. The arms rest along the canopy path's branch railing, the specific, smooth, bark-worn quality of the branch that has been used as a railing by everything that has walked this canopy path before. The branch warm from the accumulated bioluminescent chemistry of the organisms living on its surface. The arms heavy along this surface, the specific heavy, nothing to carry. The forest is below, and the sky is above. Relief-filled heaviness of arms that have set down everything the ordinary day required them to hold. The hands are open, resting on the branch, the specific, warm, bioluminescent organism carrying surface of the canopy branch beneath the open palms. The hands that have been performing and managing and doing through every hour of the ordinary day are simply open, the fingers uncurled, the palms receiving the canopy branch's warmth, the hands belonging entirely to the body they are attached to rather than to any demand. The forest is below, the sky is above, the shoulders are down. The canopy path descends toward the sound. The waterfall has been audible since the canopy path's highest point. The specific, directional, ahead and below quality of the waterfall heard from above before the path has descended to its level. The sound is different from the stream. The stream's sound is the specific, horizontal, beside the path quality of moving water at the same level as the listener. The waterfall sound has a different quality. The specific, vertical, falling water quality of water dropping from a height, the sound fuller and lower and more enveloping than the stream's higher frequency movement over stones quality. The descent from the canopy path brings the waterfall closer, each step of the descent increasing the waterfall's sound by the specific, proportional, getting closer quality of a sound source approached at a controlled pace. The leaves at the canopy level carrying moisture, the specific mist adjacent waterfall proximity moisture that has been travelling through the forest from the waterfall's location, settling on every surface in the specific fine droplet, not quite rain quality of waterfall mist carried on the forest air. The face feels it first. The mist reaching the face before the waterfall is visible. The specific, cool, fine, instantly refreshing quality of waterfall mist on the face's skin, not the dramatic, soaking quality of being close to a large waterfall. The specific, gentle, barely perceptible, individual droplets settling quality of the mist that has travelled through the forest from the waterfall and arrived at the face's surface as the finest available version of the water's presence. The face receiving this mist with a specific, immediate, several simultaneous things happening quality of the face in the waterfall's mist. The temperature dropping slightly, the skin's surface moisture increasing, the specific clean mineral and forest floor scent of the waterfall's water carried in the mist arriving at the nose. The jaw softens. This is the specific quality of the face in the waterfall's mist. The jaw receiving the cool mist and softening in response, not because the mist instructs the jaw to soften, because the face that is receiving the cool, fresh, moving, water-carried mist is the face that is experiencing something pleasant enough that the managed, maintained, performance-appropriate expression that the ordinary world requires is simply no longer relevant. The jaw softens in the specific, private, no one is watching, the jaw quality of the face in the forest's warst, mean the managed expression releasing into the private expression, the face returning to whatever it actually is when nothing is being required of it. The waterfall becomes visible between the trees. The specific, framed, gradually revealing quality of the waterfall seen through the approaching forest, the height of it first, the water visible at its upper point before the full extent of the fall is visible, the specific top of the waterfall quality of the water leaving the cliff edge and beginning its fall, then the full extent, the waterfall's complete height visible as the trees clear and the pool at the base comes into view. The waterfall is bioluminescent, not in the way of the organisms on the still surfaces, the stream's organisms, and the moss's organisms and the fungi's organisms, but in the way of the moving water. The organisms in the waterfall's water are in the same family as the dinoflagellates that make the ocean's waves glow at night. The bioluminescent freshwater organisms of this forest's waterfall producing their light in response to the mechanical stimulation of the water's falling. Every impact of the water against the rock produces a flash of the bioluminescence. The specific, not produced, quality of bioluminescence in turbulent water. The waterfall is not a steady light source, but a continuously flashing, continuously renewing, water impact triggered light source. The specific, dynamic, never twice the same quality of light produced by the interaction of living organisms and falling water. The pool at the waterfall's base glows. The steady, base level, non-turbulent glow of the pool. The organisms not being mechanically stimulated in the pool's relative stillness and producing their steady, base level bioluminescence in the specific, consistent, pool surface quality of the calm water's light. The waterfall's dynamic, impact triggered, flashing above, and the pool's steady glow below. The two expressions of the same bioluminescent chemistry in the two very different water environments, the contrast between them visible from the distance at which the path arrives. The mist is everywhere near the pool. The waterfall produces its mist in the specific radius of effect. Everything within a certain distance quality of a falling water source. the mist present in the air, settling on every surface, producing the specific, higher moisture, slightly cooler than the surrounding forest microclimate of the waterfall's immediate environment. The face is thoroughly misted now. The hair is carrying the waterfall's moisture. The skin of the arms and the hands is carrying the specific fine droplet, cool, clean quality of the waterfall mist at close range. The jaw is soft. The forehead is smooth. The specific mist-cooled, relaxation-appropriate quality of the forehead that has been receiving the cool waterfall mist and has released the concentration and the effort and the managed expression that the ordinary world maintains there. The space between the brows, which carries the specific, concentrated, slightly furrowed quality of the day's sustained, effortful attention, smooth in the waterfall's mist. The eyes behind their closed lids are resting, not monitoring, not managing, not performing the appropriate level of eye contact for the appropriate social situation, simply resting behind their closed lids in the forest, in the waterfall's mist, in the specific, private, entirely unobserved quality of eyes that have nothing left to look at for anyone. The face is the forest's now, the waterfall's mist receiving it completely. Now take the whole forest in at once, the awareness expanding, not moving from one area to the next, as it has been moving through the body scan's sequential environments, but expanding simultaneously to contain all of them. A luminous clearing where the lower body settled into the moss and the mycorrhizal pulse was most visible. The mushroom grove where the belly softened and the chest widened, and the breath arrived more fully in the grove's spore-filled air. The canopy path where the shoulders fell from the ordinary world's elevation, and the arms rested, and the hands opened on the branch's warm surface. The waterfall where the face received the cool mist, and the jaw softened, and the forehead smoothed. All of these simultaneously, not as a list being moved through, as the single, simultaneous, whole-body awareness of the body in the forest, the specific, available, present moment quality of the body that has been through every environment of the deep forest scan, and that is now, in this expanded awareness, the complete body, the complete forest. The lower body warm and heavy from the clearing, the belly soft from the grove, the shoulders low from the canopy, the face smooth from the waterfall, each area connected to its forest, the feet, warm in the moss of the clearing, the bioluminescent organism's gentle light present at the soul's contact, the legs, heavy with the clearing's received weight, the mycorrhizal pulse visible in the ground beneath, the hips settled into the clearing's depth, the lower back supported by the forest floor's specific ancient accumulated softness, the belly soft with the mushroom grove's air, the breath arriving fully in the belly's participation, the chest wider from the grove's atmosphere, the heart beating at the lower rate inside the widened chest, the shoulders low from the canopy path's perspective, the arms heavy and open, the hands warm on the canopy branch's bioluminescent surface, the fingers uncurled, the face smooth from the waterfall's mist, the jaw soft, the forehead smooth, the eyes resting, the whole body in the whole forest. Every area released through its environment, every environment present simultaneously, the bioluminescent light from every source, the clearing's mycorrhizal carpet, the grove's cathedral, fungi, the canopy's firefly level, the waterfall's dynamic flash, all present in the expanded awareness as the single, whole forest, every light source, simultaneously available quality of the bioluminescent forest at its most complete visual expression, and the sounds. The stream is still there, the specific constant stream over stones quality of the forest's water continuing through every section of the body scan's journey. The waterfall is there. Its fuller, lower, more enveloping sound present as the background of the current environment. The canopy's slight movement is there. The specific, gentle leaf in the forest air quality of the canopy moving very slightly above. The mycorrhizal networks below sound is there. Not a literal sound, but the specific, felt, below the threshold quality of the network's pulse in the forest floor, present as a vibration too slow and too subtle to be called a sound, but available to the body as a rhythmic presence. The forest is breathing. This is the specific quality of the whole forest taken in at once, the particular, distributed, multiple source, living quality as a forest collective respiratory activity, not the dramatic, single breath quality of the animal's breathing. The specific, distributed, everywhere at-once quality of thousands of organisms simultaneously doing the chemistry of their living and producing, as a byproduct, the specific, atmospheric, forest interior quality of air that the phyton-side research identifies as the most immune-supporting, cortisol-reducing, NK cell-activating, naturally available air environment. The body scan is complete. Every area has been through its forest environment. Every area has received the specific environment appropriate, visualization delivered, releasing that the bioluminescent forest provides for each area of the body that has been carrying the ordinary world's demands. Not every area fully released. The body scan does not complete in a single journey's first pass, but every area genuinely different from the session's beginning. The feet warmer, the belly softer, the shoulders lower, the face smoother, the breath slower. The forest has done its first full pass of the body, and the body has done its first full receiving of the forest. Now, the deeper journey begins. The path continues ahead through the forest's interior, toward the ancient heart, where the bioluminescence is most complete, and the circadian synchronization deepest, and the sleep most genuinely approaching. The environments ahead are more extraordinary than the environments already past. The clearing and the grove and the canopy path and the waterfall have been the approach. The ancient heart is the destination. But first, this. The whole body in the whole forest. The simultaneous awareness of every released area in its released quality. The simultaneous awareness of every forest environment in its specific, bioluminescent, living quality. Simply here, the whole body, the whole forest, the mycorrhizal pulse beneath, the fireflies moving through the middle distance, the waterfall's constant sound, the stream's constant sound, the face in the mist, the breath in the belly, the hands open, the forest everywhere. The body has an ancient clock, not a metaphor, a specific, physically real, anatomically locatable structure in the brain, whose primary function is the coordination of the body's biological rhythms with the rhythms of the external environment. The suprachiasmatic nucleus, located in the hypothalamus, the specific walnut-sized, centrally positioned brain structure that manages the body's most fundamental regulatory functions. The suprachiasmatic nucleus is a cluster of approximately 20,000 neurons whose collective activity produces the circadian rhythm, not a rhythm that the body produces independently of the environment, a rhythm that is generated internally but calibrated continuously by the environment's most consistent available signal. The signal is light, specifically the quality of light at different hours of the day, carried from the eye to the suprachiasmatic nucleus through a dedicated neural pathway that bypasses the visual cortex entirely, the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, the specific specialized light-sensing cells that sit in the retina alongside the rods and cones of the ordinary visual system, but that serve an entirely different function. The rods and cones produce vision. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells produce the time of day signal. They carry the light information, specifically the light's wavelength, the light's duration, directly to the suprachiasmatic nucleus through the retinohypothalamic tract. The suprachiasmatic nucleus receives this information and sets the clock. Not once, continuously. The clock is being set and reset by the light signal throughout every waking hour of every day. The morning light sets the clock's morning position. The afternoon light maintains the clock's daytime calibration. The evening light, the specific changing warm and dimming quality of the natural day's end, begins the clock's preparation for the night. And the darkness, the specific melatonin-releasing sleep cascade initiating darkness of the natural night, allows the clock to run the night's program without interference. This has been the clock's operating environment for the full span of human evolution. Not the current environment, the ancient one, the environment in which the suprachiasmatic nucleus was calibrated through millions of years of the specific, consistent, light follows, dark follows light quality of the planet's rotation, the environment in which the morning was bright and blue-white, with the specific, high-intensity, short wavelength quality of sunlight, which told the clock that the active hours had begun. The environment in which the afternoon was bright and warm, with the specific longer wavelength, lower blue quality of the afternoon sun, which told the clock that the day was progressing. The environment in which the evening was warm and dim, with the specific red and amber quality of the setting sun and the subsequent darkness, which told the clock that the night was beginning and the melatonin cascade could start, and the environment in which the night was dark, or lit with the specific, cool, blue-green, low-intensity quality of bioluminescent organisms in the forest and the field and the shoreline, not the activating blue-white of the screen, not the suppressive warm white of the artificial lamp at the wavelengths that interfere with melatonin production. The specific, ancient, lived with for millions of years blue-green, low-intensity, living quality of the bioluminescent night. The suprachiasmatic nucleus knows this light. It has been calibrated to this light through the full span of the evolution that produced it. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells that carry the light quality signal to the clock have been calibrated to respond to this light as the night-appropriate, melatonin-permissive, sleep cascade initiating light quality that the clock uses as its go-ahead signal for the night's program. The modern environment has given the clock a different signal. The screens, with their blue-white, high-intensity, circadian disrupting light at the hours when the ancient environment would have been dark. The artificial lighting with its specific melatonin-suppressing clock-confusing quality at the hours when the suprachiasmatic nucleus has been expecting the darkness and the bioluminescent low-intensity blue-green of the natural night, the always-on quality of the modern environment, the specific continuous day signal quality of the connected, illuminated, information streaming modern life, telling the clock that the day has not ended when the body's accumulated fatigue is communicating that it should have ended hours ago. The clock has been receiving confusing information, not catastrophically confusing, functionally confusing. The specific, below the awareness, this is harder than it should be quality of the sleep that has been slightly harder to initiate and slightly less deep once initiated and slightly less restorative than sleep that the properly synchronized circadian clock produces. The forest is giving the clock the right information. Tonight, right now, the visualization of the bioluminescent forest, the specific, cool, blue-green, low-intensity, living quality of the forest's light and engaging the same neural pathways that the actual bioluminescent light of the natural night engages, is providing the suprachiasmatic nucleus with a specific, ancient, calibrated for melatonin permissive signal that the modern environment has been withholding. The clock is receiving the signal it was designed for. It is responding. The melatonin cascade is beginning, not because the session has promised it will, because the clock has received the signal that the night has arrived, and the night is the specific, ancient, bioluminescent, forest quality of night that the clock has always known was the real night. The forest is synchronizing the clock right now. The bioluminescent light is doing something specific, not in the general sense in which pleasant imagery is generally associated with relaxation. In the specific, wavelength-dependent, receptor-mediated, neural pathway-following sense of a visual quality that engages the circadian system's primary input channel through the specific characteristics of the light that the bioluminescent forest produces. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, the clock's dedicated light sensors, have a specific sensitivity profile. They are most sensitive to the wavelength range centered at approximately 480 nanometers. This is the wavelength that corresponds to the blue-green portion of the visible light spectrum. Specifically, the range that includes the cool, slightly toward green, lower intensity quality of the bioluminescent organism's light production. The sensitivity of these cells peaks at the wavelength that the forest's bioluminescence produces most abundantly. This is not a coincidence. The co-evolution of the human circadian system's light-sensing cells and the bioluminescent organisms of the natural night environment has produced the specific, calibration-matching, sensitivity at the right wavelength quality of a biological system that developed in the presence of this light source, and that has been calibrated to use this light source as its primary night signal. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells are most sensitive to the wavelength of bioluminescence because the human nervous system developed in an environment where bioluminescence was the primary available light source at night. The cells are recognizing the forest's light, not as a novel stimulus requiring evaluation, as the ancient, familiar, always been their quality of the light that the circadian system has always used as its night signal. The suprachiasmatic nucleus receiving the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells signal of the bioluminescent light's specific wavelength, and responding with the specific melatonin permissive sleep cascade initiating response that this wavelength has always produced in the well-calibrated circadian clock. But here is the extraordinary aspect of what the visualization is doing. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells receive their signal from the retina, the physical light-sensing surface of the eye. The visualization of the bioluminescent forest does not produce physical light on the retina in the way that the actual forest would. The eyes are closed. The retina is receiving the low-level light of the environment behind the eyelids rather than the bioluminescent forest blue-green wavelength. The visualization works through a different pathway. The brain's visual processing system, the occipital cortex and the associated visual processing areas, produces the visualization's imagery in the specific, internally generated, as-if-seen quality of the vivid mental image, and the internally generated visual imagery engages the same neural networks that the externally received visual perception engages, the same circuitry, the same associated responses, the same downstream physiological effects. The brain does not fully distinguish between the vividly visualized and the actually perceived. This is the specific neuroscience-grounded visualization-relevant fact that makes the bioluminescent forest visualization physiologically real in its effects, rather than simply pleasant in its quality. The vivid, sustained, sensorially specific visualization of the bioluminescent forest's cool blue-green light engages the neural networks that the actual bioluminescent forest's light engages. The downstream physiological responses, the melatonin pathway's permissive activation, the suprachiasmatic nucleus's night signal response, the sleep cascade's initiating sequence, are engaged not at the full level of the physical light exposure, but at the partial visualization-mediated level of the internally generated imagery's neural network engagement. Partial engagement of the circadian system's melatonin pathway is still engagement. Partial engagement of the sleep cascade's initiating sequence is still initiation. The melatonin is rising, not at the level that full darkness with bioluminescent light would produce, at the level that the sustained, vivid, sensorially specific visualization of the bioluminescent forest's light quality produces through the internal imagery's neural network engagement. This level is sufficient to contribute meaningfully to the sleep cascade. This level is greater than the near-zero melatonin production that the modern evening screen light and artificial illuminate produces in the mismatched circadian system's melatonin suppression. The visualization is measurably more melatonin permissive than the screen, not as an absolute claim about the visualization's equivalence to the physical forest experience, as the honest, specific, physiologically grounded statement of the direction and the degree of the effect. The visualization moves the melatonin pathway in the direction of the natural night's appropriate response. The screen moves the melatonin pathway in the direction of the suppressed, clock-confused, artificially extended day response. The visualization is the right direction. The forest is giving the clock the right signal. The melatonin is rising in response to the signal. The sleep cascade is beginning in response to the melatonin. The slightly heavy quality behind the eyes is the melatonin rising. The specific, available, present moment quality of the melatonin at an increasing level engaging the specific receptors in the brain that produce the sleepiness signal. The slightly dreamlike quality at the awareness's edges is, as the sleep cascade beginning, the specific hypnagogic waking into sleeping quality of the sleep initiation process, arriving in the awareness as the melatonin reaches the threshold level. The forest light is doing this in the body right now through the visualization's neural pathway engagement and the circadian system's melatonin pathway response to the bioluminescent light's wavelength. The ancient clock is being set. The light is not the only gift the forest is giving the clock. The circadian system does not synchronize through light alone. It uses multiple environmental signals simultaneously, each one contributing its specific clock-informative quality to the overall picture of what time of day the environment is communicating. The light is the primary signal, the most powerful, the most direct, the most precisely wavelength dependent in its effect. But the temperature, the air chemistry, the acoustic environment, and the specific quality of the social and cognitive environment all contribute their signals to the clock's continuous calibration. The forest is providing the right signal in every channel. The temperature first. The body's core temperature follows a specific circadian regulated 24-hour cycle that is both driven by the clock and used as a synchronization signal by the clock. The core temperature peaks in the late afternoon. The specific highest of the day quality of the core temperature at the hour of maximum alertness and physical performance. Through the evening, the core temperature begins its decline. The specific sleep initiating hour by hour dropping quality of the core temperature as the circadian clock prepares the body for sleep. The core temperature at the bottom of its cycle. The specifics of the night quality achieved in the early morning hours of the deep sleep stage is the temperature at which the body's restoration work proceeds most efficiently. The cool air of the forest is participating in this temperature drop. The forest's nighttime temperature is cooler than the body's surface temperature. The specific heat exchange quality of cool air on warm skin, producing the small but real transfer of heat from the body's surface to the surrounding environment. The body's core temperature dropping as the periphery releases heat to the cool forest air. The circadian clock receiving this temperature signal as consistent with the night appropriate sleep initiating phase of the temperature cycle. The temperature and the light telling the clock the same thing from two different channels. It is night. The active phase is ending. The rest phase can begin. The air chemistry next. The phytoncides. The specific volatile organic compounds that the forest's trees and understory plants produce and release into the forest's atmosphere have been present in the air since the path began. The research on phytoncide exposure is specific. Exposure to forest air containing phytoncides at the levels present in old-growth forest interiors produces measurable decreases in salivary and urinary cortisol, measurable increases in natural killer cell activity and count, measurable improvements in sleep quality as assessed by polysomnography, and measurable reductions in sympathetic nervous system activation as assessed by heart rate variability. These effects do not require hours of forest immersion to begin. They begin within minutes of phytoncide exposure and accumulate through the duration of the exposure. The visualization of the forest air, the specific rich forest interior, phytoncide carrying quality of the air that the journey has been providing since the first step on the path, engages the same neural networks that the actual phytoncide carrying air engages. The downstream cortisol reducing, NK cell activating, sleep quality improving effects are engaged at the partial visualization mediated level. The cortisol is declining in the forest air. The sound environment next. The acoustic environment of the modern evening. The mechanical, electrical, notification carrying always potentially meaningful quality of the sounds that the connected modern life produces keeps the threat response system's ambient monitoring at a specific, below the awareness, never fully off activation level. Every notification sound is a potential meaningful signal. Every mechanical sound carries the potential for information. The threat response system's monitoring does not fully disengage in the modern acoustic environment because the modern acoustic environment does not provide the specific, non-threatening, non-information carrying, naturally irregular quality of sound that the threat response system's full disengagement requires. The forest's acoustic environment provides this quality. The stream's sound over the stones, the waterfall's constant enveloping sound, the canopy's slight movement in the forest air, the owl at the distance, the specific, layered, naturally irregular, never exactly the same quality of the forest's nighttime acoustic environment, carrying no information that the threat response system needs to process, requiring no response, signaling the specific, ancient, always been safe quality of the natural nighttime environment. The threat response system's ambient monitoring disengages. The social and cognitive environment last. The modern evening's connectivity. The email that might have arrived, the message that might need a response, the news that might be significant, the social assessment that might be required, keeps the prefrontal frontal cortex's executive function at a specific, below the awareness, reduced but present activation level through every hour that the connected device is within reach. The specific, never fully off quality of the connected modern evening's cognitive demand. The forest has no connectivity. The ancient heart of the bioluminescent forest is the most genuinely disconnected available environment, not the deliberate, resisted, anxious about what is being missed quality of the phone put away, but the specific, natural, nothing to connect to quality of the environment that has no signal and has never had a signal and requires no resistance to the connection because the connection is simply not available here. The prefrontal cortex's executive function disengages. Every channel telling the clock the same thing from its own specific signal appropriate direction. The light channel, the temperature channel, the air chemistry channel, the acoustic channel, the cognitive load channel, all of them saying, it is night, the active phase is over, the rest phase is appropriate, the melatonin can rise, the sleep can come. The clock is receiving the most complete available synchronization signal that any environment in the listener's current life provides. The synchronization is happening right now, not as a future promise or as the product of a sufficient number of forest visualizations accumulated over time. As the specific present moment, this is occurring in the body right now reality of the circadian system, receiving the complete multi-channel ancient signal quality synchronization input that the bioluminescent forest visualization is providing. Feel it in the body. The melatonin rising available as the specific present moment attending to the body quality of the melatonin cascade at its initiating level, the slightly heavy quality behind the eyes, the specific melatonin receptor mediated sleepiness signal quality of the melatonin arriving at the receptors in the brain that produce the experience of sleepiness, not the exhaustion-heavy quality of the depleted body that has been awake past its sustainable limit, the specific, appropriate, right-on-time quality of the body that has received the sleep initiation signal and is responding with the honest, proportional, melatonin-appropriate sleepiness that the signal warrants. The core temperature dropping, the specific available present moment quality of the core temperature decline, felt as the specific inward gathering, slightly cooler at the periphery quality of the body that is releasing its surface heat to the forest's cool air and directing its circulation inward in the specific sleep preparation. Core temperature decline quality of the circadian system's thermal synchronization signal, the hands slightly cooler than the session's beginning, the peripheral temperature dropping as the core temperatures decline, redirect the circulation, the feet slightly cooler, the surface of the face receiving the waterfall's mist with the specific, appropriate, pleasantly cool quality of the temperature that the sleep preparation phase produces. The cortisol declining, the specific present moment, stress hormone declining quality of the body in the fight-on-side carrying, threat, response, disengaged, circadian synchronized environment of the ancient bioluminescent forest. Not the complete nadir of the night cortisol decline of the fully synchronized, optimally sleeping body, the genuine, measurable, direction-appropriate decline of the cortisol from the session's beginning level toward the lower sleep-appropriate level that the multi-channel synchronization's signal is producing. The specific quality of the cortisol decline felt as the specific, slightly lighter, the day is genuinely releasing quality of the body whose primary stress hormone is moving in the right direction. The breath at its slowest of the session, the natural breath, not the deliberately extended breath of the breathwork techniques, not the counted breath of the visualization's early sections, the specific, self-sustaining, natural arrived at slower breath of the body that has been receiving the forest's synchronization signals through every section of the journey, and whose respiratory rhythm has found the slower, more complete, more belly-involved quality of the parasympathetically dominant state, the breath moving at approximately the rate of the mycorrhizal network's pulse, the specific self-organizing environment synchronized quality of the breath that has found the forest's rhythm, the heart rate at the session's lowest, the specific vagal tone building, parasympathetic dominant, circadian synchronized quality of the heart rate at the body's most genuine available rest, lower than the session began, lower than any ordinary evening's lying down produces, in the specific direction appropriate. This is synchronized clock producer's quality of the cardiovascular system that has received the complete multi-channel ancient signal synchronization input. This is the circadian synchronization felt from the inside, not the concept of the circadian rhythm being synchronized, the specific attending to the body, present moment experience of the body whose clock has received the right signal and is running the right program, the melatonin rising, the temperature declining, the cortisol falling, the breath slower, the heart rate lower, the awareness at the edges taking on the specific, slightly dreamlike, hypnagogic quality of the sleep initiation process beginning, The ancient forest is doing what the ancient forest has always done, not performing a function it was not designed for, performing precisely the function it was always designed for. The forest that has been the human nervous system's nighttime environment through the full span of human evolution is synchronizing the human circadian clock in the specific multi-channel, complete signal quality that the modern environment has been failing to provide. The forest is home, not as a sentiment, as the physiological statement of a nervous system that has been in a foreign environment all day and has returned through the visualization's neural pathway engagement to the specific ancient designed for this environment that the circadian system was calibrated for. The clock is synchronized. The melatonin cascade is running. The sleep is approaching, not from the deliberate technique's work, from the body's own ancient response to the ancient signal it has been receiving through every section of tonight's journey. The forest has been healing the clock right now, in this body, in the warmth and the slow breath and the lower heart rate and the melatonin's rising quality and the ancient heart ahead, where the synchronization will be most complete and the sleep most genuinely, most deeply, most circadian appropriately available. The journey continues. The path leads deeper, past the waterfall's pool, and along the stream that feeds it, and through the forest's interior in the direction that the path has been pointing since the journey began, toward the ancient heart. The forest changes quality as the depth increases, not dramatically, in the specific, gradual, cumulative way that the old forest changes as the undisturbed interior is approached. The trees larger, the canopy more complete, the understory more dense, the bioluminescence more concentrated and more varied in its sources, and more completely present in every direction simultaneously. The forest is older here. This is the quality that most characterizes the ancient forest's interior. Not any single dramatic feature, but the specific, accumulated, every detailed, consistent quality of age. The age in the tree's diameter, wider here than any trunk encountered since the threshold tree, the oldest trees in the interior having had the undisturbed time to grow to the diameter that only centuries produce. The age in the bark's texture, more deeply furrowed, more complexly layered, the specific decades upon decades accumulation of the bark's annual growth, visible in the specific longitudinal ridged quality of the very old tree's bark surface. The age in the forest floor, deeper here, more completely accumulated, the specific centuries of leaf deposit quality of the old interior's floor, producing the deepest available moss cushion and the most complete available mycorrhizal network expression. The mycorrhizal pulse is stronger here. The network that has been pulsing beneath the forest floor through every section of the journey is more densely present in the ancient interior. The network's threads more concentrated. The connections between the trees more complex and more established. The light expression of the network's chemistry more continuous and more evenly distributed across the floor's entire surface. The pulse is visible at shorter intervals here, not less frequent but more spatially dense, the brightening visible in more locations. Simultaneously, the specific, distributed, everywhere at once quality of the network's light expression in the most established available section of the forest. The path becomes very quiet. not the quiet of the absent sound, the specific deeper quality of quiet that the ancient forest's interior produces. The forest's acoustic environment at the path's beginning had the quality of the edge, sounds from the ordinary world still present at a distance, the forest's sounds arriving as the new primary sounds, but not yet the exclusive ones. The ancient interior's acoustic environment has the quality of the completely enclosed, the ordinary world's sounds entirely absent, no direction from which the mechanical or electrical or human-generated quality of sound arrives, only the forest. The stream below and to the left, its sound lower and quieter here, where the channel is deeper and the water moves more smoothly. The canopy above with its very slight movement in the forest's interior air, the specific available quality of quiet that the most undisturbed available forest produces. The body is responding to the deepening. This is available to notice. The specific, progressive, each section of pathing to the previous quality of the body's response to the deepening forest. The parasympathetic activation that has been building through every section of the journey is building further here in the ancient interior. The vagal tone increasing with each section of the path, the heart rate lower than any previous section, the breath slower than any previous section, the melatonin at its highest level of the session, the circadian synchronization input more complete here than anywhere previously encountered on the journey. The forest is receiving the body more completely as the depth increases, not as a mystical quality, as the honest physiological statement of the nervous system that has been receiving the forest's multi-channel synchronization input through the duration of the journey, and whose accumulated response to that input has been building with the time and the depth simultaneously. The longer in the forest, the more complete the synchronization. The deeper in the forest, the more complete the sensory environment synchronization input, both duration and depth contributing simultaneously to the most complete available synchronization state. The ancient heart is visible ahead, not yet entered, visible, the specific ahead quality of the light changing as the path's direction approaches the ancient heart's location. The bioluminescence ahead is brighter than anywhere previously encountered, not the startling brightness of the artificial, but the specific, several degrees, more complete quality of the bioluminescent environment at its most concentrated, available expression. The light ahead has the quality of a destination, the path's direction, the increasing bioluminescence, the deepening quiet, all converging on the same ahead quality that paths in old forests produce when they are approaching somewhere significant. The body knows it is close, not through the analytical mind's recognition of the description, through the body's own, below the awareness, environment-sensitive registration of the approaching change. The air is slightly different ahead. The temperature is slightly different ahead. The quality of the forest's acoustic environment is slightly different ahead. Each of these slight differences registering in the body's dedicated environmental sensing systems, the immune system's phytoncide receptors, the skin's temperature sensors, the ear's ambient monitoring function, as the specific, converging, multiple channel evidence that the environment ahead is different from the environment behind, more complete, more ancient, more the specific environment that the body has been moving toward through every step of tonight's journey. The ancient heart is 30 steps away. 20. The path continues. the ancient heart opens. The path delivers the arrival in the specific final few steps, and then it is their quality of the path that has been approaching something and has arrived. The last trees of the interior path stand on either side like the last columns of a long aisle, and the space beyond them opens, the circular clearing of the ancient heart. Different from the luminous clearing of the body scan's first environment, in the specific, more complete, older, more established quality of the forest's innermost available space. The ancient heart is older than the luminous clearing. The trees that form its edges are the oldest available trees of the entire journey. The specific, most deeply furrowed bark, widest diameter, tallest canopy quality of the trees that have been growing here, undisturbed, since before any other living thing currently visible in the forest was alive. The canopy formed by these oldest trees is more complete than any other section of the journey's canopy. The specific, fully enclosed, very little sky visible quality of the canopy that the oldest trees form when they have had the centuries required to grow their canopy to its full available extent. But the sky is visible at the centre. This is the ancient heart's specific architectural quality. The canopy complete at the edges and open at the centre. The very oldest trees growing outward at their bases and inward at their canopy in the specific inward leaning quality of trees that have been growing toward each other's light for centuries, until the canopy has formed a specific dome quality, cup-shaped space that is fully enclosed at the walls and open at the top. The ancient heart is a cathedral, not the metaphor of a cathedral, but the specific architectural analogy of a domed space with high walls and an open oculus at the top, the stars visible through the opening as a specific, circular, forest-framed, night sky view. The bioluminescence here is extraordinary. Every surface of the ancient heart carries its own expression of the bioluminescent chemistry. The tree trunks, the shelf fungi more dense and more varied here than anywhere previously encountered, each species producing its specific wavelength within the blue-green range. The combined expression of multiple species on multiple trunks producing the specific, harmonically rich, not quite uniform quality of many bioluminescent sources visible simultaneously. The forest floor, the mycorrhizal networks, expression densest here, the pulse visible in every direction at once, the specific, fully distributed, nowhere is it absent quality of the network in the most established available section of the forest. The moss on every surface, the deepest available moss, the most bioluminescent available moss, the specific carpet quality, every surface-covered expression of the streamside adjacent, moisture-rich, undisturbed for centuries moss of the ancient heart's interior. The light of the ancient heart is the most complete available light of the bioluminescent forest. Not bright, complete, the specific every source present, every wavelength within the blue-green range represented, every surface contributing quality of the bioluminescent environment at its most fully expressed. The eye receives this light without effort. The intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells receive the neural network engagement of the visualization's most complete available bioluminescent light quality. The suprachiasmatic nucleus receives the most complete available signal, the most melatonin permissive, most sleep cascade initiating, most circadian synchronized signal that the visualization can provide. The sound of the ancient heart is different from every other section of the journey. The stream is still present. Its sound, now the specific lower, deeper channel quality of the stream that passes through the ancient heart's foundation, Below the surface, the water moving through the deep forest floor at the level where the mycorrhizal network is most dense. Not the overstoned sound of the stream above ground, the specific, deeper, more resonant. Through the ground quality of the stream, heard from above, the level at which it is moving, present as a feeling as much as a sound. The specific vibration quality of moving water, heard through the ground rather than through the air. Above this, the ancient heart is nearly silent. The silence of the ancient interior, the specific, complete, no ordinary world sound, no mechanical sound, no human-generated sound quality of the most undisturbed available environment. The silence that is not absence, but the presence of the sounds too subtle to register in the ordinary acoustic environment. The mycorrhizal networks below threshold vibration. The oldest trees, almost inaudible, slow movement. The specific, available, if attended to quality of the ancient forest's quietest available sound. The air of the ancient heart is the richest available air of the journey. The phyton sites at their most concentrated. The enclosed, dome quality, high canopy space of the ancient heart trapping, and concentrating the volatile compounds that the oldest trees produce in quantities proportional to their age and their biomass. The oldest trees produce the most phytoncides. The most concentrated available phytoncide environment on the journey is here. The cortisol reducing, NK cell activating, sleep quality improving quality of the forest air at its most available expression. This is the ancient heart, the most circadian appropriate, the most melatonin permissive, the most sleep cascade initiating, the most body clock synchronizing environment that the visualization provides. The body has arrived at the place it has been moving toward through every step of tonight's journey. The ancient heart receives it, as the ancient forest has always received the human nervous system that evolved within it completely, without condition, with the specific, old, patient, entirely non-demanding quality of a forest that has been here much longer than any of the things that produce the modern world's disruption of the nervous system, and that will be here much longer than any of them. The body is doing something extraordinary right now. Not the body making an effort, the body responding, the specific self-directing below the awareness, intelligently calibrated response of a biological system that has been given the specific multi-channel ancient signal quality of the environment it was designed for, and is running the ancient programs that this environment has always triggered, the melatonin cascade. The suprachiasmatic nucleus has been receiving the bioluminescent light's melatonin permissive signal through every section of the journey. In the ancient heart, the most complete available expression of the bioluminescent light quality, the most concentrated phytoncide environment, the most complete acoustic disengagement of the threat response system. The SCN's input is at its session maximum. The SCN communicates to the pineal gland through the specific multisynaptic darkness and blue-green light permissive neural pathway that the Circadian system uses for the night onset melatonin production signal. The pineal gland is producing melatonin, not the suppressed, artificially inhibited, modern evening screen light level of melatonin production, the genuine circadian synchronized. This is the right time and the right signal level of melatonin production that the properly calibrated circadian system produces when it has received the appropriate environmental input. The melatonin entering the bloodstream. The melatonin receptors in the brain, and specifically in the suprachiasmatic nucleus itself, in the pituitary gland, in the immune system's lymphocytes, receiving the melatonin signal and producing their specific downstream melatonin-mediated responses. The sleepiness signal is the most immediately felt. The specific MT1 receptor-mediated neuronal firing reduction quality of the melatonin signal at the brain's wake-promoting centers, the melatonin reducing the activity of the neurons that maintain the waking state becoming less energetically supported with each passing minute of the melatonin rising phase. This is the specific, physiologically real mechanism of the sleepiness that the properly timed, properly signaled melatonin cascade produces. Not the vague, culturally understood, just feels like time to sleep quality of the ordinary evening's sleepiness, but the specific receptor-mediated, neuronal activity reducing, waking state unsupporting quality of the melatonin at the level the ancient heart's synchronization signal is producing. The core temperature is at its steepest available decline. The ancient heart's cool, dome-enclosed, phytoncid-rich air at the coolest available temperature of the journey. The specific temperature differential, heat-exchanging quality of the body's warm surface in the ancient heart's cool air, producing the most available heat transfer of the session. The core temperature declining at the most available rate. The circadian system's thermal synchronization signal at its clearest, and the temperature and the light and the air chemistry and the acoustic environment all telling the clock the same thing simultaneously. The night is here, the deep phase is appropriate, the sleep can begin. The immune system is receiving the forest's gift. The phytoncide-mediated NK cell activation, the specific natural killer cell count increasing, NK cell activity enhancing effect of the phytoncide exposure at the ancient heart's most concentrated available level. The NK cells that have been at the ordinary day's suppressed, cortisol elevated, sympathetic dominant level are receiving the forest's phytoncide signal and beginning the resumption of their surveillance and maintenance functions. The immune system's nocturnal restoration program, the specific sleep-supported, darkness-enabled, melatonin-facilitated immune maintenance that the properly synchronized circadian night provides, beginning from the most complete available phytoncide-primed starting. The brain is beginning its own restoration. The glymphatic system, the brain's dedicated waste clearance mechanism, most active during the deep sleep stages, receiving the conditions it requires for its most complete available activation. The cerebrospinal fluid that the glymphatic system uses to flush the metabolic waste products from the brain's tissue. The specific amyloid beta and tau proteins and other metabolic byproducts of the brain's waking activity, beginning to move through the glymphatic channels at the rate that the sleep-appropriate, low sympathetic tone, high parasympathetic activation state supports. The entire body oriented toward its most ancient available program, not the performance program, not the alert program, not the manage the modern environment program that has been running through every hour of the ordinary day, the sleep program, the specific, ancient, deeply grooved, billions of years evolved program of the biological organisms at the end of its active phase, receiving the night's appropriate signals, running the restoration routines that the active phase cannot run. The ancient heart is the most complete available environment for this program. Every signal the program requires, the light signal, the temperature signal, the chemical signal, the acoustic signal, the cognitive disengagement signal, present in the ancient heart, at the most complete available level of the visualization. The body is running the ancient program right now. The melatonin rising, the temperature declining, the immune system resuming, the glymphatic system preparing, the waking state becoming less supported, the sleep state becoming more available. This is not the ordinary lying down of the ordinary evening. This is the specific, circadian, synchronized, multi-channel signaled, ancient program running quality of the body in the most appropriate available environment. The bioluminescent forest's innermost place, where the light and the air and the sound and the temperature are all saying the same thing at the same time, from the same ancient language that the body has been listening to since before it had the awareness to know it was listening. The body is listening right now and responding with everything it has. The analytical mind may be present at this point, not the full, active, engaged analytical mind of the session's beginning. That mind has been progressively, section by section, journey step by journey step, moved out of the foreground by the specific, sustained sensorially rich quality of the bioluminescent forest visualization. The visualization does not suppress the analytical mind. It displaces it, gives it something more interesting and more immediately available to engage with than the ordinary day's recycled content. And the mind that is following the firefly's individual movements through the ancient heart and attending to the mycorrhizal network's pulse and receiving the waterfall's mist and inhabiting the ancient tree scale is the mind that is not simultaneously generating the analysis of the ordinary day's concerns. But the analytical mind may still be present at the edges, watching, assessing the visualization's quality, evaluating whether the bioluminescent imagery is being produced with sufficient vividness, whether the circadian science has been sufficiently absorbed, whether the melatonin rising is being felt at the level the description indicated it should be felt. This is the mind doing what the mind does, and it deserves a specific, honest, directly addressed response, rather than the bypassing that the session might otherwise be tempted to provide to the analytical mind directly. The visualization does not require perfect vividness to produce its physiological effects. The neural network engagement that the visualization produces, the specific occipital cortex visual processing area engagement of the internally generated imagery, does not depend on the imagery being experienced as a photographic quality, fully saturated, every deeded present visual experience. A partial, approximate, sometimes clear, sometimes hazier quality of the ordinary person's visualization is sufficient to engage the relevant neural networks at the relevant level. The circadian effects do not require perfect sensory clarity. The science that demonstrates the internally generated imagery's engagement of the same neural networks as the externally received perception is not science that requires perfect visualization. It is science that demonstrates the principle at the level of average human visualization capacity, which is the partial, approximating, sufficient for the purpose quality of the ordinary person's mental imagery. The visualization that has been occurring through every section of tonight's journey has been engaging the relevant neural networks at the relevant level, regardless of the analytical mind's assessment of its vividness quality. The melatonin that is rising regardless of whether the analytical mind confirms the rising. The cortisol that is declining regardless of whether the analytical mind has assessed the decline as sufficiently dramatic. The parasympathetic activation that has been building through every section of the journey is at the most complete available level regardless of whether the analytical mind has found the journey's imagery sufficiently extraordinary for the level of activation it has produced. The effects are in the body, not in the analytical mind's assessment of the effects. The body's honest physiological response to the visualization's neural network engagement has been occurring through every section of the journey at the level the visualization's engagement warrants. And the analytical mind's assessment of whether that level is sufficient is not the measure of what the body has been receiving. The ancient heart has been providing the most complete available synchronization signal. The body has been receiving it, simply receiving, without the analytical mind's assessment of whether the receiving is being done correctly. This is the permission the ancient heart provides, not the passive permission of a recording that has run out of content, the specific, earned, session-long work justifying permission of a visualization that has built the bioluminescent forest across 5 chapters of increasingly specific and increasingly immersive sensory detail, and that has now arrived at the innermost available place and is offering the most fundamental available invitation. Simply be here, not analyzing the here, not assessing the quality of the being here, not monitoring whether the bioluminescent imagery is sufficiently vivid, or the melatonin sufficiently felt, or the circadian synchronization sufficiently complete. Simply here, in the ancient heart, the oldest trees in every direction, the most complete available bioluminescent light, the mycorrhizal network's pulse beneath, the deep ground stream's vibration through the ancient floor, the phytoncide-rich air with its cortisol-reducing, NK cell-activating chemistry, the cool temperature contributing its core temperature decline signal to the circadian cascade, the body receiving all of this automatically, intelligently, below the awareness, through the body's own ancient systems, doing what they were designed to do in the environment they were designed for. The analytical mind can simply watch, not direct, watch. The specific, available, genuinely interesting quality of watching the body's ancient program run from the slightly stepped back position of an analytical mind that has been given permission to observe rather than manage. The melatonin rising is interesting to observe. The temperature declining is interesting to observe. The breath slower than any previous point in the session is interesting to observe. The awareness at the edges taking on the hypnagogic quality of the sleep initiation process is genuinely, specifically interesting to observe. The analytical mind that watches is not the analytical mind that interferes, and the body that is not being interfered with is the body running the ancient program at the most complete available expression of the session's accumulated work. Simply here, in the ancient heart, the oldest available forest, the most complete available bioluminescent light, the body's ancient programs running, the sleep approaching through them. The ancient heart is breathing, not metaphorically, in the specific, observable attending to it produces. Quality of the forest's collective respiratory activity, visible in the ancient heart's most concentrated available expression. The mycorrhizal network beneath the floor, pulsing at its 10 to 12 second rhythm. The pulse more visible here than anywhere else on the journey. The network's density in the ancient interior, producing the specific, more spatially complete, every direction simultaneously quality of the pulse that the journey's earlier sections produced only in isolated patches and specific locations. The pulse is here in every direction of the forest floor simultaneously. Every step of the forest floor within the ancient heart is glowing with the network's chemistry, and every step is pulsing with the network's rhythm. The pulse is the forest's breath, not a borrowed metaphor, the closest available accurate description of a biological process that has no precise human analogue. The mycorrhizal network's chemistry is aerobic. It requires oxygen and produces carbon dioxide as part of the process that generates the bioluminescent light. The network's light production and the network's respiratory activity are the same process expressed at two different levels of observation. The light is visible. The respiration is below the threshold of human perception. But the pulse, the specific rhythmic 10 to 12 second brightening and returning to base level of the network's light, is the rhythm of the chemistry's cycling, which is the rhythm of the network's metabolic activity, which is the rhythm of the network's breathing, in the only sense that the network breathes. The forest is breathing at 10 to 12 second intervals. The body's breath has been finding this rhythm through the journey. The specific, self-organizing, environment synchronized quality of the breath that has been gradually, below the awareness, without deliberate direction, moving toward the forest's metabolic rhythm, not perfectly synchronized. The human breath at its slower end runs at approximately 6 breath cycles per minute, which is 1 cycle every 10 seconds. The mycorrhizal pulse runs at approximately 1 pulse every 10 seconds. The two rhythms are in the same range. The body breathing at its slowest available natural rate and the forest pulsing at its characteristic rate are cycling at approximately the same frequency. The body and the forest are breathing together. Feel this right now. Not as an instruction to produce a specific breath rate, but as the attending to what is already occurring, quality of noticing the breath that the body has found and the pulse that the forest is producing, and the specific available, simply there, quality of the two rhythms occupying the same approximate temporal space, the inhale arriving, the forest's pulse brightening at approximately the same moment, or at the next moment, or at the moment before, the specific, approximate, not precisely metered quality of the two rhythms' relationship, the exhale departing, the forest's pulse returning to its base level, the belly softening, the diaphragm ascending through its full range, the pause at the bottom of the exhale arriving in the specific forest pulse adjacent quality of the two systems simultaneously at their base level. This is the resonance, not the physiological resonance of the breathwork session's precisely counted 6 breaths per minute pattern. The specific, looser, naturally arrived, approximate resonance of the body that has been in the forest's environment long enough to find the forest rhythm through the body's own drift toward the available environmental rhythm. The body that has been receiving the mycorrhizal network's pulse through the floor it has been resting on and the air it has been breathing, and the specific below the awareness environmental entrainment quality of a biological system in a rhythmically consistent environment has been drifting toward the forest's rhythm through every section of the journey. The drift is now an arrival. The breath and the forest breathing together in the ancient heart's most concentrated available expression of the network's pulse. The specific, warm, coherent, two systems at Thames pace quality of the resonance that the body has found without technique and without counting and without counting. The natural resonance of the body that has been given sufficient time in the forest's rhythmic environment to find the forest's rhythm as its own. The warmth in this body is the deepest warmth of the session. The peripheral vasodilation at its most complete, the parasympathetic activation at the session's maximum, the vagal tone at its highest. The peripheral circulation at the most complete, available return to the extremities. The face warm in the ancient heart's mist-adjacent air, the hands warm on the ancient moss, the feet warm in the most ancient available forest floor, the warmth everywhere. Not the warmth of external heat, but the specific internal circulation return quality of warmth that the body produces when the parasympathetic system has been given the conditions for its most complete available expression. The ancient heart is breathing. The body is breathing with it. The warmth is everywhere. The body that arrived at the forest's edge at the beginning of tonight's journey was a specific body, not worse than the body that is here now, simply different. The specific, honest, physiologically identifiable body of the person who had been in the modern environment through every waking hour of the ordinary day. The circadian clock receiving the wrong signals all day, the blue-white screen light at the hours when the ancient environment would have been dimming toward darkness, the artificial lighting at the melatonin suppressing wavelengths, the always connected quality of the modern life preventing the natural disengagement that the circadian system uses as the day's end signal. That body was at the beginning. The body that is in the ancient heart right now is different from that body in the specific, honest, physiologically real ways that the journey has produced. The melatonin is higher. The specific, present moment comparison between the melatonin level at the session's beginning and the melatonin level right now is not accessible as a number without a blood test, but it is accessible as the honest attending to the body quality of noticing the difference between the slightly alert, not yet signaled, modern environment confused melatonin level of the session's beginning and the specific cascade initiated, ancient signal received, rising appropriately quality of the melatonin right now, the slightly heavy quality behind the eyes, the slightly dreamlike quality at the awareness's edges, the specific, appropriate, right-on-time quality of the sleepiness that the synchronized circadian clock's melatonin cascade produces. The cortisol is lower. The specific, the stress hormone declining, fight-on-side mediated, sympathetic activation reduced quality of the body in the ancient heart's most concentrated fight-on-side environment compared to the body in the modern environment's cortisol elevating conditions. The cortisol that has been declining through every section of the journey has reached its session lowest level here. The ancient heart's air chemistry and acoustic environment and cognitive disengagement together producing the most complete available cortisol reduction of any section of the visualization. The core temperature has dropped. The specific circadian synchronized sleep initiation appropriate temperature decline that the journey's cool forest air, and the ancient heart's dome-enclosed cool environment have produced. The core temperature lower than the session's beginning by the specific, measurable, direction-appropriate degree that the accumulated environmental signals have produced. The circadian clock's temperature synchronization channel receiving the most complete available confirmation signal, the temperature and the light and the air chemistry all pointing in the same direction. The heart rate is lower. The specific vagal tone building parasympathetic dominant session minimum heart rate of the body in the ancient heart's most complete available bioluminescent synchronization environment. The heart rate variability at its session maximum, the widest available amplitude of the respiratory sinus arrhythmia, the heart rate rising and falling with the breath in the most coherent, most complete, most fully expressed quality of the synchronized body at rest. The breath is slower than any previous moment of the session. The specific, self-sustaining, naturally arrived at, technique-free breath rate of the body that has been in the ancient forest's rhythmic environment long enough to find the forest's rhythm as its own, slower than the modern evening's ordinary breath, slower than the session's beginning, at the approximate resonance of the mycorrhizal network's pulse, the breath and the forest breathing together at the specific, available, body-found, not technique-produced rate of the naturally entrained biological system. Every channel has changed in the right direction. The light channel, the bioluminescent light's melatonin permissive signal received through every section of the journey and at its most complete expression in the ancient heart. The temperature channel, the forester's cool air contributing the core temperature decline signal through every section of the journey. The air chemistry channel, the phytoncides contributing the cortisol-reducing NK cell activating signal from the paths beginning to the ancient heart site's most concentrated expression. The acoustic channel, the threat response system's ambient monitoring, disengaged by the natural, non-threatening, non-information carrying quality of the forest's sound environment. Cognitive channel, the executive functions always on quality replaced by the complete, natural, nothing to connect disengagement of the ancient interior, all of them different, all of them in the right direction. The difference is the journey's product, not imagination, the honest attending to the body, presentment confirmation of what the specific multi-channel, ancient signal quality bioluminescent forest visualization has done to the body's physiological state through the accumulated time and depth of tonight's journey. The ancient heart has been changing the body, session by section, step by step, channel by channel, in the specific, gradual, cumulative, physiologically honest way that the right environment changes the body when the body is given sufficient time in the right environment to respond. The body is different now. The ancient heart is the reason. Allow the awareness to expand now, past the specific comparisons, past the physiological accounting of what the journey has produced, past the analytical confirmation of the circadian mechanism's operation, into the simple, available, direct experience of being inside the ancient heart, not measuring it, not comparing it, not confirming the mechanism, being inside it. The awareness expanding to take in the whole of the ancient heart simultaneously, not section by section, not the mycorrhizal pulse attended to, and then the tree trunks attended to, and then the canopy attended to, but the whole of it at once. The way a person is inside a space, rather than examining the space. The way the warmth is not in a specific location, but everywhere, in the face and the hands, and the body's core and the air, surrounding every exposed surface. The oldest trees in every direction, the most deeply furrowed, most widely trunked, most completely bioluminescent surface quality of the ancient trees, forming the ancient heart's circular walls. Each one a source of light, each one a specific expression of the bioluminescent chemistry, the combined expression of all of them producing the specific harmonically rich, multiple source quality of the light that no single organism produces alone, but that the community of organisms produces together. The trees not performing their light for the visitor, producing it because the chemistry of their living produces it, because the organisms on their surfaces have been producing this light since before anything that would recognize it as extraordinary existed to recognize it. The floor glowing beneath, the mycorrhizal network pulse visible in the floor, the most spatially complete expression of the pulse, the brightening occurring in every direction simultaneously at the 10 to 12 second interval, the entire surface of the ancient heart's floor participating in the pulse rather than isolated sections of it, the floor alive with the network's chemistry in the specific distributed nowheres, it absent quality of the most established section of the most undisturbed available forest. The pulse and the breath together, the breath arriving and the forest brightening at approximately the same moment or at the adjacent moment, the specific loose naturally arrived, that quality of the entrainment that the body has found in the forest's rhythm, not metered, not counted, simply the two rhythms occupying the same temporal space in the approximate body found, below the awareness quality of biological entrainment with the environmental rhythm, the stars above. Through the ancient heart's central oculus, the circular opening in the dome of the oldest canopy, the stars visible through this opening in the specific forest-framed circular quality of the night sky, seen through the ancient trees' interlocked canopy, not the full sky, the specific selected circular patch of the full sky that the ancient heart's architecture presents, the stars at their most clear in the forest's dark, the light pollution-free quality of the ancient interior's sky, producing the specific many more stars than the ordinary world's sky quality of the night sky at the most complete available darkness. The body lying in the ancient heart center, or sitting, or in whatever position the body has found through the journey, the position that has been accumulating its comfort through every section of the forest. The bjn is now the specific forest floor mossy, ancient heart-centered, most complete, available bioluminescent environment surrounded of the body at the destination the journey has been building toward, heavy with the session accumulated rest. The heaviness that is not the heaviness of exhaustion or depletion, but the specific relief-filled, parasympathetically dominant, vagal tone at maximum quality of the body that has received the right environment for the full duration of tonight's journey and has responded with the honest, proportional, physiologically appropriate quality of the body given what it needs. Warm with the peripheral circulation's full return, slow with the breath that the forest's rhythm has produced, quiet with the ancient heart's most complete available silence. The awareness here, in this body, in this ancient heart, in this specific, extraordinary, most complete available bioluminescent environment of tonight's journey, not observing it, inside it. The warmth is not a quality being observed from outside. It is the warmth of the body from the inside. The forest is not a visualization being assessed for its quality. It is the environment the awareness is inside of. The pulse is not a described phenomenon. It is the rhythm the breath has found, simply here, in the oldest available forest, in the warmth, in the ancient light, in the breath that is breathing with the forest. The sleep is very close now, not approaching from a distance, close, already present at the awareness's edges in the specific, hypnagogic, thoughts becoming images quality of the sleep initiation process that the melatonin cascade and the circadian synchronization and the ancient heart's complete environmental signal have together produced. The ancient heart holds the body. The awareness rests in the holding. Allow the awareness to expand now, past the specific comparisons, past the physiological accounting of what the journey has produced, past the analytical confirmation of the circadian mechanism's operation, into the simple, available, direct experience of being inside the ancient heart, not measuring it, not comparing it, not confirming the mechanism, being inside it. The awareness expanding to take in the whole of the ancient heart simultaneously, not section by section, not the mycorrhizal pulse attended to, and then the tree trunks attended to, and then the canopy attended to, but the whole of it at once, the way a person is inside a space rather than examining the space, the way the warmth is not in a specific location, but everywhere, in the face and the hands and the body's core and the air surrounding every exposed surface. The oldest trees in every direction, the most deeply furrowed, most widely trunked, most completely bioluminescent surface quality of the ancient trees forming the ancient heart's circular walls. Each one a source of light, each one a specific expression of the bioluminescent chemistry, the combined expression of all of them producing the specific harmonically rich, multiple source quality of the light that no single organism produces alone, but that the community of organisms produces together. The trees not performing their light for the visitor, producing it because the chemistry of their living produces it, because the organisms on their surfaces have been producing this light since before anything that would recognize it as extraordinary existed to recognize it. The floor glowing beneath, the mycorrhizal network pulse visible in the floor, the most spatially complete expression of the pulse, the brightening occurring in every direction simultaneously at the 10 to 12 second interval, the entire surface of the ancient heart's floor participating in the pulse rather than isolated sections of it, the floor alive with the network's chemistry in the specific distributed nowheres, it absent quality of the most established section of the most undisturbed available forest, the pulse and the breath together, the breath arriving and the forest brightening at approximately the same moment or at the adjacent moment, the specific loose naturally arrived, that quality of the entrainment that the body has found in the forest's rhythm, not metered, not counted, simply the two rhythms occupying the same temporal space in the approximate body found, below the awareness quality of biological entrainment with the environmental rhythm, the stars above. Through the ancient heart's central oculus, the circular opening in the dome of the oldest canopy, The stars visible through this opening in the specific, forest-framed, circular quality of the night sky, seen through the ancient trees' interlocked canopy, not the full sky. The specific, selected, circular patch of the full sky that the ancient heart's architecture presents. The stars at their most clear in the forest's dark. The light pollution-free quality of the ancient interior's sky, producing the specific many more stars than the ordinary world's sky quality of the night sky at the most complete available darkness. The body lying in the ancient heart center, or sitting, or in whatever position the body has found through the journey, the position that has been accumulating its comfort through every section of the forest. The bjn is now the specific forest floor mossy, ancient heart-centered, most complete, available bioluminescent environment surrounded of the body at the destination the journey has been building toward. Heavy with the session accumulated rest. The heaviness that is not the heaviness of exhaustion or depletion, but the specific, relief-filled, parasympathetically dominant, vagal tone at maximum quality of the body that has received the right environment for the full duration of tonight's journey and has responded with the honest, proportional, physiologically appropriate quality of the body given what it needs. Warm with the peripheral circulation's full return, slow with the breath that the forest's rhythm has produced, quiet with the ancient heart's most complete available silence. The awareness here, in this body, in this ancient heart, in this specific, extraordinary, most complete available bioluminescent environment of tonight's journey, not observing it, inside it. The warmth is not a quality being observed from outside. It is the warmth of the body from the inside. The forest is not a visualization being assessed for its quality. It is the environment the awareness is inside of. The pulse is not a described phenomenon. It is the rhythm the breath has found, simply here, in the oldest available forest, in the warmth, in the ancient light, in the breath that is breathing with the forest. The sleep is very close now, not approaching from a distance, close, already present at the awareness's edges in the specific, hypnagogic, thoughts becoming images quality of the sleep initiation process that the melatonin cascade and the circadian synchronization and the ancient heart's complete environmental signal have together produced. The ancient heart holds the body. The awareness rests in the holding. The modern world has been taking something from you, not dramatically, in the specific gradual, below the awareness, one disrupted night at a time quality of a cost that accumulates without announcing itself as a cost. The cost of the circadian disruption, the specific, physiologically real, measurably consequential cost of the nervous system that has been receiving the wrong environmental signals at the wrong hours through every ordinary day and every ordinary evening of the modern life, not the cost of a single disrupted night or a single misaligned week, the accumulated cost of the sustained chronic structural mismatch between the environment the nervous system was calibrated for and the environment it has been in. The sleep has been less deep than it should be, not dramatically less deep, specifically less deep. The slow wave sleep, the deep restorative, growth hormone releasing, cellular repair supporting, memory consolidating stage of the sleep cycle that proceeds most completely when the melatonin cascade has initiated at the right time from the right starting level, has been slightly shortened, slightly delayed, slightly less completely expressed in the suppressed melatonin, artificially lit, screen-exposed, modern sleep than it is in the properly synchronized, darkness-initiated, bioluminescent light quality received ancient sleep. The restorative work that the deep sleep performs, the cellular repair, the immune maintenance, the glymphatic clearance of the brain's metabolic waste products, the memory consolidation, has been proceeding at the slightly less than optimal level of the slightly disrupted sleep, night after night, year after year. The morning alertness has been slightly less sharp than the well-synchronized morning produces. The specific cortisol awakening response quality of the morning, the sharp, appropriately timed, properly calibrated increase in cortisol that the synchronized circadian clock produces at the specific dawn light triggered, wake time appropriate moment, has been slightly blunted by the overnight cortisol suppression that the disrupted melatonin and cortisol relationship produces. The morning that the synchronized circadian system produces is a specific, sharper, more naturally energized morning than the morning that follows the disrupted night. The immune maintenance has been less complete. The NK cell activity and the cytokine production and the specific immune processes that the properly synchronized melatonin-rich parasympathetic dominant sleep supports have been proceeding at the slightly reduced level of the immune system that has been receiving less melatonin than the proper synchronization would produce. The specific below the awareness, never causing dramatic illness, but chronically below optimal quality of the immune function in the circadian disrupted person. The immune resilience that is slightly less than what the synchronized clock and the full melatonin cascade would build. The cognitive restoration has been less complete. The glymphatic system's clearance work, the specific brain waste removal, metabolic byproduct flushing, amyloid, beta clearing function that the deep sleep stages most completely support has been proceeding at the level of the deep sleep that has been slightly shortened by the disrupted melatonin cascade. The morning brain that has received the less complete glymphatic clearance starts its day carrying slightly more of the previous day's metabolic residue than the fully synchronized, fully cleared brain. The emotional regulation has been more effortful. The specific amygdala calming, prefrontal cortex restoring function of the REM sleep, the emotional processing that the dreaming sleep performs, the specific sleep dependent, emotional memory consolidating work that makes yesterday's difficult experience feel more integrated and less raw in the morning has been slightly less complete in the disrupted sleep's slightly shortened REM expression. All of this accumulated day after day, night after night. Not dramatically, not in the way of the catastrophic sleep deprivation that the clinical literature describes. In the specific, below the drama, you might not even notice the individual night quality of the chronic modest, structural disruption of the circadian rhythm that the modern environment produces in every person who lives in it, which is almost everyone, which is why the cost is so rarely named as a cost, which is why it is absorbed without adequate acknowledgement of the absorbing. You have been paying this cost, not because of anything wrong with the choices made or the life being lived, because the modern environment's disruption of the circadian rhythm is structural, built into the ordinary conditions of the ordinary day, not amenable to being addressed by trying harder or wanting the synchronized sleep more. The fabris is the address, not the permanent address. Tonight is one session of the journey, one night of the restoration, one step in the direction of the synchronization that the accumulated disruption has been preventing. The single session does not repair the accumulated cost of the chronic disruption any more than a single night of the forest would fully repair the years of the disrupted sleep. But the direction is real, and the direction is everything when the direction has been wrong. Tonight the direction is right. The circadian clock is synchronized. The melatonin cascade is running. The deep sleep is approaching from the right starting conditions rather than the wrong ones. The accumulated cost that tonight addresses is one night's worth of the accumulated cost, and one night's worth genuinely addressed is more than nothing. It is the beginning. The forest has been waiting, not in the sentimental sense, in the honest, physiological, always available sense of an environment that has always been here, that has always been capable of providing the ancient signals that the body has always been capable of responding to, that requires only the specific, deliberate, mechanism-grounded, sustained visualization quality of tonight's approach to produce the genuine, measurable, direction-appropriate physiological response that the body's ancient systems have been designed to produce. The cost has been real. The forest's address of the cost is real. Tonight is real. There is a version of waking that the synchronized circadian system produces, not the ordinary waking of the modern morning, the waking that arrives before the body is ready, or that arrives after the disrupted sleep's insufficient restoration, or that is attended by the specific, accumulated tiredness quality of the body that has been receiving the disrupted sleep's less than optimal restoration, long enough that the less optimal has become the baseline expectation for what waking feels like. The ordinary modern waking for many people has never been the well-synchronized circadian system's waking. It has always been the slightly off, slightly less than it should be, well within the functional range but not at the optimal level waking of the circadian clock that has been receiving the wrong signals. The synchronized circadian system's waking is different. It is the waking that the cortisol awakening response produces when it is initiated at the right time, from the right melatonin and temperature baseline, in the body that has received the deep sleep's full restoration. The cortisol awakening response, the specific sharp 50% above baseline increase in cortisol that the properly timed circadian clock produces at the moment of waking, is the body's most sophisticated available alarm system, not the external alarm clock's arbitrary, body state indifferent, always at the same time signal. The body's own circadian, calibrated, and sleep stage aware restoration complete signaling increase in cortisol that arrives when the restoration has been sufficient and the timing is right. This cortisol awakening response produces a specific morning quality. The sharpness of the morning alertness when the cortisol awakening response has been properly timed and properly calibrated, the specific ready for the day quality of the morning that begins with the full cortisol awakening response, rather than the blunted, delayed, suppressed version that the disrupted circadian baseline produces. The morning cognitive function at its sharpest. The morning physical function at its most available. The morning emotional regulation at its most resourced. Feel something of this version of the morning right now, in the ancient heart, in the most synchronized available state that tonight's journey has produced. Not the full version, the direction of it, the specific available. This is where the journey is pointing quality of the morning that the synchronized circadian clock and the proper melatonin cascade and the full deep sleep restoration produce. The body that wakes tomorrow from the most complete available circadian synchronization that tonight has built is a body that wakes from a different starting point than the body that has been waking from the modern evening's disrupted sleep, not transformed, genuinely closer to the synchronized version. The sleep that follows tonight's visualization begins from the most melatonin-rich, most cortisol-reduced, most parasympathetically dominant, most circadian synchronized starting point available from the session's work. The deep sleep stages that follow from this starting point proceed more completely than the deep sleep stages that follow from the disrupted starting point. The restoration that the deep sleep performs is more complete. The glymphatic clearance is deeper. The immune maintenance is more thorough. The emotional processing of the REM sleep is more complete. The morning that follows is different. Not dramatically different from a single session's contribution. Genuinely different. The direction of the difference is the session's most honest, available product. The single night of the synchronized starting point contributes its specific single night, honestly proportional degree to the morning's quality, and the morning's quality is measurably attending to the body convertible, this real degree, different from the morning that would have followed the ordinary disrupted evening. This is the return of what the disconnection has been taking. Not in full, in degree, one night's worth of the return. The melatonin cascade that ran from the right starting point, the deep sleep that proceeded from the right conditions, the glymphatic clearance that ran at the depth the right conditions support, the cortisol awakening response that initiated from the right baseline, the morning cognitive function at the most available level that one session's worth of the synchronized starting point produces. There is also what returns in the body that is currently in the ancient heart. Not the morning's version, the now version, the specific present moment quality of being in the most appropriate available environment. The body that has been in the modern environment's foreign language mismatch all day and has arrived in the ancient heart's native language clarity. The specific available, this is right quality of the nervous system in the environment it was calibrated for. The warmth that is the warmth of the right environment rather than the managed warmth of the controlled indoor temperature. The quiet that is the quiet of the real silence rather than the reduced but present noise of the managed indoor environment. The breath that is the breath of the right air rather than the indoor air's fight on side absent, managed humidity, filtered and recirculated quality. All of this is available right now, not as the permanent state that weeks of forest immersion would produce, as the genuine session produced, attending to the body conservable quality of the body that has been in the ancient heart's most synchronized available environment for the duration of tonight's journey. The return is available right now, in the warmth, in the slow breath, in the melatonin's rising quality, in the monitoring's completed and resting state, in the ancient heart's silence and the oldest tree's light, and the mycorrhizal network's pulse, and the stars through the oculus above. The return is here. Not complete, genuinely here, in the specific, honest, session-proportional degree that tonight's journey has produced, and That degree, however modest in comparison to the full synchronization of the properly lived ancient life, is the most real available thing that tonight has to offer, which is more than the disrupted ordinary evening produces, which is the direction, which is the beginning. The body that has been on this journey deserves its own acknowledgement, not the analytical mind's acknowledgement of the journey's physiological products, the melatonin level and the cortisol decline and the vagal tone and the HRV. Those have been named and confirmed. A different acknowledgement, the specific, warm, directly felt, non-physiological acknowledgement of the body that has been navigating the modern world's comprehensive mismatch with its ancient calibration through every ordinary day and every ordinary evening. And that has been doing this faithfully, without complaint, without withholding its functions, based on the inadequacy of the environment it has been given. The body has kept the circadian clock running, even in the modern environment's disruption, even receiving the wrong light signals and the suppressed melatonin and the too late cortisol decline, and the delayed sleep onset and the shortened deep sleep. The suprachiasmatic nucleus has been doing its best with the available signals, using the light information it has been given, producing the melatonin it can produce from the suppressed signal, running the deep sleep at the depth the conditions allow, not at the optimal level, at the best available level. The body's ancient clock keeping its ancient rhythm as faithfully as the modern environment allows it to be kept. The immune system has maintained its function, even at the slightly below optimal NK cell activity of the melatonin suppressed, cortisol elevated, circadian disrupted modern sleep, even without the full phyton-side exposure that the forest environment would provide. The immune system has been performing its surveillance and maintenance at the level the available conditions support, identifying the threats, mounting the responses, maintaining the vigilance that the body's defense requires at every moment of every day and night. The brain has been clearing its waste, even at the slightly reduced glymphatic clearance rate of the less than fully synchronized sleep, even with the deep sleep stages slightly shortened by the delayed and suppressed melatonin cascade. The glymphatic system has been flushing what it can flush, clearing what it can clear, maintaining the brain's metabolic cleanliness at the level the sleep's conditions allow. The body has been doing everything it can with everything it has been given. This is the specific, important, warmly accurate acknowledgement that the body deserves. Nuz, not the praise of the body that has been given optimal conditions and has produced optimal results, but the acknowledgement of the body that has been given suboptimal conditions and has produced the best available results from those conditions. The body that has never stopped trying to synchronize the clock. The body that has never stopped producing melatonin, even suppressed. The body that has never stopped running the deep sleep, even shortened. The faithfulness is extraordinary, not in the dramatic sense, in the specific below the drama, never announced itself, simply kept going sense of the biological intelligence that has been maintaining the body's most fundamental functions through the comprehensive mismatch of the modern environment with the ancient calibration. Every morning that the cortisol awakening response has initiated, even blunted, even delayed, every night. That the melatonin cascade has begun, even suppressed, even later, than the ancient timing. Every sleep cycle that the deep sleep stage has occurred, even shortened, even less restorative than the full version, the body kept going, through every ordinary day of the mismatch, through every ordinary evening of the wrong signals, through every ordinary morning of the disrupted restoration. The body kept going without the acknowledgement that the going deserved. Tonight the forest has provided what the modern environment has been withholding, not as compensation for the years of the suboptimal conditions, but as the honest, available, present moment provision of the right environment. For the specific ancient, always capable of this biological system, that has been in the wrong environment, the body has responded immediately. This is the most extraordinary quality of the journey, not the science of the circadian system, or the mechanism of the melatonin pathway, or the physiology of the phytoncide exposure. The immediacy of the body's response to the right environment, the first step on the forest path, producing the specific neural pathway completing sensory hunger, addressing quality of the right surface underfoot, the first breath of the forest, air producing the specific phytoncide receptor activating, immune signaling quality of the right atmospheric chemistry, the first perception of the bioluminescent light producing the specific circadian clock receiving, melatonin permissive quality of the right light wavelength. Immediately, without delay, without requiring the weeks of the forest immersion that the sustained physiological benefits require. The body was ready to respond. It had been ready to respond through every ordinary day of the mismatch, the biological systems waiting for the right signals, maintaining their sensitivity to the ancient inputs, remaining calibrated to the environment they were designed for, even through the years of not being in that environment. The capacity was always there. Tonight, the capacity found its environment. The ancient systems responded with the honest, proportional, immediately available quality of biological intelligence that has been given the right conditions after a long period of the wrong ones. The body is warm in the ancient heart. The body is breathing with the forest. The body's clock is synchronized to the most appropriate available rhythm. The body has found the environment it was always calibrated for. And in the warmth of this recognition, the specific, available, present moment warmth of the body that has just been acknowledged for the faithfulness it has always expressed without acknowledgement. The ancient heart holds it. The forest does not require the body to have deserved the holding. The forest simply holds, as it has always held every living thing that has found its way to the ancient interior, as it is holding right now. The circadian sleep is arriving, not as a promise of what is about to happen, as the honest attending to the body, present moment description of what is currently occurring at the awareness's edges. The hypnagogic quality that has been building through the ancient hearts section is more pronounced now than at any previous point in the session. The thoughts that are arriving with the specific, looser, more associative, less linearly connected quality of the thoughts that the hypnagogic state produces, the thoughts that follow the imagery's logic rather than the analytical logic, the thoughts that appear and depart without generating the next thought in the linear chain. The ancient heart is becoming the thoughts, not in the dramatic altered state sense, in the specific available, this what the beginning of sleep feels like sense of the visualization that has been vivid enough and sustained enough and physiologically sufficient enough that it is now present at the awareness's level as a primary experience rather than a constructed one. The firefly's movement through the ancient heart's middle distance, appearing in the awareness without the deliberate construction that the visualization's earlier sections required. The mycorrhizal pulse available without attending to it. The stars through the oculus of present without the instruction to look upward. The forest has become the ambient quality of the awareness. This is the destination the journey has been moving toward. Not the technique's product, not the mechanism's confirmation, not the physiological measurement's result, but this, the specific available here without effort quality of the bioluminescent forest as the ambient environment of the sleeping awareness. The forest present as the sleep's context rather than the waking mind's construction. The sleep that arrives from this context is the circadian sleep, not the ordinary sleep of the ordinary evening, the sleep that begins from the specific circadian synchronized, melatonin cascade initiated, ancient heart ambient, starting conditions that tonight's journey has produced. The sleep that begins from the most appropriate available conditions. The sleep whose deep stages proceed from the right physiological starting point. The sleep whose restoration is the most complete available restoration that tonight's session can provide. The affirmations that follow the crossing are the forest's continued presence through the sleeping hours, not requiring the waking mind's attention or the analytical mind's assessment or the visualization's deliberate construction. The specific ambient forest present quality of the affirmations loop carrying the bioluminescent forest imagery and the circadian synchronization's identity truths through every sleep cycle of the remaining night. The subconscious that receives the affirmations during the sleep receives them at the level below the analytical mind's jurisdiction, the level where the beliefs that the modern environment installs are held, and where the ancient, body-true, circadian-accurate alternatives can be installed through the sleep's processing. The forest will be here through every cycle. Good night, said specifically to the person who has walked from the ordinary world's edge through the bioluminescent forest's entire journey, through the forest floor's mycorrhizal pulse and the ancient tree's canopy, and the stream's bioluminescent water, and the first resting places, moss-covered log, and the luminous clearings, body scan, and the mushroom groves, cathedral fungi, and the canopy, paths and perspective, and the waterfall's mist, and the ancient heart's most complete bioluminescent expression of the forest and bioluminescent. Who has received the circadian science, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and the melatonin pathway, and the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, and the phytoncide chemistry and the multi-channel synchronization signal, and has allowed the science to deepen the visualization's physiological reality rather than replacing the visualization's sensory richness. Who has felt the melatonin rising and the cortisol declining and the breath slowing and the heart rate lowering and the warmth of the peripheral circulations return at the most complete available degree? Who has allowed the monitoring mind's final assessment to be completed and has released the monitoring into the ancient heart's quiet? Who has received the acknowledgement of the cost the modern world has been imposing on the ancient nervous system and has felt the forest's address of the cost in the specific, honest, session-proportional degree that one night's return to the right environment produces? who is lying in the ancient heart right now, or sitting, or in whatever position the body has found through the journey, in the warmth of the oldest available trees, bioluminescent light, in the rhythm of the mycorrhizal networks, pulse, in the specific, ancient, designed for this nervous system quality of the most complete available circadian synchronization environment. The forest holds this person, not as a sentiment, as the honest, physiologically real, environmental embrace quality of the ancient heart's complete surround, the trees in every direction, the light everywhere, the pulse in the floor, the stars through the oculus above, the air with its phyton side carrying, cortisol reducing, NK cell activating chemistry, the cool temperature with its core temperature decline supporting, circadian synchronization completing quality. The ancient heart has been waiting for this person, not in the mystical sense, in the honest, physiological, always available, calibrated for this nervous system sense of an environment that is always here, always capable of providing the ancient signals, always ready to synchronize the clock that the modern world has been confusing. The forest is here, the body is here, the clock is synchronized, the melatonin is rising, the sleep is arriving through the cascade that the ancient heart has initiated. The circadian sleep is here, not the ordinary sleep of the ordinary disrupted evening, but the specific, ancient, heart-prepared, right conditions built, most complete available synchronization sleep that tonight's journey has produced. Follow it now. The forest remains through every sleep cycle, through every remaining hour of the night. The ancient heart holds this body. The bioluminescent light continues. The mycorrhizal pulse continues. The forest breathes. The body breathes with it. Good night. These words will continue through the night, not as content that requires the waking mind's attention, or the analytical mind's assessment, or the monitoring function's evaluation of whether the circadian science has been correctly absorbed, or the visualization's imagery has been sufficiently vivid. The waking mind has done everything that was asked of it tonight. It followed the path from the ordinary world's edge to the threshold tree, and through the forest floor's mycorrhizal glow, and along the bioluminescent stream, and to the first resting place's mossy log, and through the luminous's body scan, and the mushroom grove's cathedral light, and the canopy path's perspective, and the waterfall's mist, and all the way to the ancient heart's most complete available expression of the bioluminescent forest. It has done everything. The waking mind can rest now, not because it has been asked to suppress itself, but because its journey is complete. The ancient heart has been reached. The circadian synchronization is the most complete available. The melatonin cascade is running. The sleep is arriving through the cascade's natural progression. The waking mind's navigation work, the specific direction following, path attending, visualization, maintaining work of the conscious journey is complete. What follows is not for the waking mind. It is for the sleeping mind, the subconscious that continues through every sleep cycle of the night, receiving what the sleeping environment provides without the waking mind's evaluation of whether the receiving is appropriate, without the analytical mind's assessment of whether the signal meets the standard, without the monitoring functions checking of whether the effects are at the claimed level. The sleeping mind receives simply directly at the level below the analytical jurisdiction. The subconscious that is most available right now is the subconscious of the most circadian synchronized, most melatonin-rich, most parasympathetically dominant available starting state that tonight's journey has produced. The sleep that is beginning is the most restorative available sleep, the deep seed stages proceeding from the right starting conditions, the glymphatic clearance running at its most supported available level, the immune maintenance proceeding from the most phyton-side primed NK cell elevated available state. The affirmations that follow are specifically calibrated for this subconscious. They address the beliefs that the modern environment installs in the person and has been living inside the circadian, this disruption without adequate acknowledgement that the disruption is occurring. The belief that the ordinary sleep, the disruptor to melatonin suppressed, artificially lit, screen adjacent, connectivity adjacent sleep is simply the way sleep is, rather than the compromised version of a much richer available experience. The belief that the tiredness of the morning is the ordinary human condition, rather than the specific, addressable, circadian disruption-produced tiredness of the synchronized clock's disrupted morning. The belief that the disconnection from the natural world is simply the condition of modern life rather than a specific, real, physiologically costly choice that has specific, real, physiologically available alternatives. Each of these beliefs is addressed through the specific forest language, circadian science-grounded, body-true identity statements that the sleeping mind receives as things that are simply true about the person sleeping in the ancient heart's ambient bioluminescent light. The sleeping mind does not evaluate these statements. It receives them at the level where the beliefs that the modern environment has installed are held, where the ancient body-true circadian accurate alternatives can be received as the honest, available, always have been true qualities of the person whose nervous system was calibrated for this forest and who has returned to it tonight. One affirmation per complete breath cycle, arriving with the slow inhale, settling with the complete exhale, the pause at the bottom of the exhale, the breath and the mycorrhizal pulse together at their base level, the two systems breathing together in the ancient heart's most complete available resonance, receiving each affirmation in the specific, concentrated, maximum available receptivity quality of the sleeping mind in the most circadian, synchronized available state. The forest is present in every affirmation, not as decoration, as the specific imagery carrying sensory continuing quality of the forest presence woven into the language of every statement, the bioluminescent light in the language, the mycorrhizal pulse in the rhythm, the ancient heart silence in the space between the words. The forest does not withdraw when the affirmations begin. It continues as the ambient environment of the sleeping awareness, carrying the visualization's most complete available expression through every cycle of the remaining night. The voice is at its most forest quiet here, the specific, ancient heart appropriate, deep night forest quality of the voice at its most reduced, not the engaged, mechanism explaining, pathway grounded quality of the science chapters, or the richly descriptive, sensory building quality of the journey chapters, but the specific, simple, slow, breath-paced quality of the voice that speaks to the sleeping mind, in the language of the sleeping mind. The ancient heart is here, the forest is breathing. The first affirmation begins now, with the next slow inhale in the bioluminescent night. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The forest has been here through the full span of human evolution, waiting for this nervous system to return. Breathing out. My circadian clock is synchronized to the ancient rhythms tonight. Breathing in. The bioluminescent light is the light my body was designed to end the day beside. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The melatonin is rising in response to the ancient signal the forest has provided. Breathing out. The sleep cascade is running from the most complete available synchronized starting point. Breathing in. The deep sleep stages will proceed more completely tonight than the disrupted ordinary evening allows. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The mycorrhizal network is pulsing beneath me at the rhythm my breath has found. Breathing out. The forest is breathing, and my breath is breathing with the forest. Breathing in. The ancient heart holds me, as the ancient forest has always held every living thing. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The suprachiasmatic nucleus has received the right signal tonight. Breathing out. The melatonin pathway is running the program it was designed to run. Breathing in. The clock is synchronized to the environment it was calibrated for. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The phytoncides in this ancient air are reducing my cortisol right now. Breathing out. The NK cells of my immune system are receiving the forest's activation signal. Breathing in. The immune maintenance of the synchronized night is proceeding at its most supported available level. Breathing out, Suze. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The core temperature is declining through the ancient heart's cool air. Breathing out. The circadian system's thermal synchronization signal is receiving its most complete available input. Breathing in. The sleep is approaching through the cascade that the ancient heart has initiated. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The glymphatic system is preparing for its most complete available clearance tonight. Breathing out. The brain's metabolic waste will be cleared at the depth the right conditions support. Breathing in. The morning will receive the restoration that the synchronized sleep provides. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The cost of the circadian disruption has been real, and tonight addresses it genuinely. Breathing out. One night's return to the right environment contributes its specific, honest, real degree. Breathing in. The direction is right, and the direction is the most important available thing. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The ancient trees are in every direction, the oldest available forest holding this body. Breathing out. The bioluminescent light is everywhere, the most complete available expression of the living night. Breathing in. The stars are visible through the ancient heart's oculus, the forest-framed night sky above. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The ordinary world is far behind the threshold tree and is not visible from here. Breathing out. The ancient heart is the totality of the available environment tonight. Breathing in. This is where the nervous system was calibrated to be at the end of the day. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. I wake tomorrow from the most synchronized available sleep that tonight has built. Breathing out. The cortisol awakening response will initiate from the right baseline in the morning. Breathing in. The morning is more available from the synchronized night's restoration. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The forest is here. The ancient light is here. The body is here. Breathing out. The clock is synchronized. The cascade is running. The sleep is here. Breathing in. That is enough. Tonight, that is everything. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. I have come home to the forest night, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The journey from the ordinary world's edge to the ancient heart's center is complete. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The threshold tree was crossed, and the ordinary world is behind it. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The forest floor's mycorrhizal pulse has been beneath every step of the journey. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest night, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The bioluminescent stream has been alongside the path since the first resting place. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The luminous clearing received the lower body, and the mycorrhizal light warmed the feet. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The mushroom grove received the belly and the chest with its cathedral, bioluminescent light. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The canopy path received the shoulders and the arms and the open hands. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The waterfall's mist received the face, and the jaw and the forehead's held expression. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The ancient heart has received everything, the whole body and the whole journey. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The circadian clock is synchronized for the first time today to the right signals. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The melatonin cascade is running from the right starting conditions. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The body has been faithful through every ordinary day of the mismatch. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The faithfulness is honored by the forest's complete and unconditional receiving. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The ancient heart holds me as I sleep through every remaining cycle of this night. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The bioluminescent light continues through every sleep cycle. Breathing out. I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in. The mycorrhizal pulse continues through every remaining hour. Breathing out, I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in, the forest will be here whenever the sleep needs it. Breathing out, I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in, the body knows the path back. Breathing out, I have come home to the forest tonight, and the forest has received me. Breathing in, that is enough. Breathing out, tonight that is everything. Breathing in, I have come home to the forest. Breathing out, the forest has received me. Breathing in, tonight. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the ancient heart is holding this body through every sleep cycle of the remaining night. Breathing out, the bioluminescent light is everywhere, the most complete available living light of the forest's night. Breathing in, the mycorrhizal network's pulse is in the floor, the 10 to 12 second rhythm beneath the sleeping body. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the breath and the forest pulse are breathing together in the ancient heart's resonance. Breathing out, the melatonin cascade is advancing through every sleep cycle, the synchronized clock running its ancient program. Breathing in, the deep sleep stages are proceeding from the most complete available synchronized starting point. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the glymphatic system is clearing the brain's metabolic waste in the depth the right conditioned support. Breathing out, the immune system's NK cells are active at the level the fight-on-side signal has produced. Breathing in, the cellular restoration is proceeding at the most complete available level of the circadian sleep. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the oldest trees are in every direction, the ancient heart's walls of living light and ancient bark. Breathing out, the stars are visible through the oculus above, the forest-framed night sky at its most clear. Breathing in, the deep ground stream is moving through the ancient heart's foundation, felt as vibration through the floor. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the fireflies are moving through the ancient heart's middle distance, one light at a time. Breathing out, each light appearing and holding and disappearing, the specific living quality of the forest's night. Breathing in, the awareness follows each light without effort, the forest present as the sleep's ambient quality. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the cost of the circadian disruption has been real, the less deep sleep and the blunted morning. Breathing out, tonight addresses the cost genuinely, in the specific, honest, session proportional degree that one night provides. Breathing in, the direction is right, and the direction is everything when the direction has been wrong. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, I have come home to the forest tonight. From the ordinary world's edge to the ancient heart's center. Breathing out, the journey is complete, and the forest holds what the journey has brought. Breathing in, the ancient heart receives me as it receives every living thing, completely, without condition. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in, the circadian clock is synchronized to the bioluminescent night's most complete available signal. Breathing out. The suprachiasmatic nucleus has received what it was calibrated to receive. Breathing in. The melatonin pathway is running the program. The right signal has initiated. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The body has been faithful through every ordinary day of the modern world's mismatch. Breathing out. The faithfulness is extraordinary. The clock kept running, the melatonin kept producing, the sleep kept coming. Breathing in. Tonight the faithfulness has received the right environment and responded immediately and completely. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The morning that follows this sleep is different from the morning that follows the disrupted ordinary night. Breathing out. The cortisol awakening response will initiate from the right baseline. Breathing in. The morning cognitive function will be at the most available level tonight's session can build toward. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. Breathing through the light sleep and the deep sleep and the dreaming and the dreamless. Breathing out. Through every cycle of the ancient heart's night, the circadian program runs. Breathing in. The restoration is proceeding at its most complete available level through every hour. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The phytoncides are in the air of the ancient heart. The cortisol is declining through every breath. Breathing out. The cool temperature of the ancient heart's dome is supporting the core temperature's decline. Breathing in. The complete, multi-channel, ancient signal synchronization is running through every remaining hour. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The forest will be here whenever the sleep needs it. The path back is always there. Breathing out. The ancient heart's location is in the body now. The nervous system has found it. Breathing in. Each return deepens the synchronization from the baseline the previous return established. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The bioluminescent light is not artificial. It is alive. It is the right light. Breathing out. The living light at the right wavelength is what the circadian clock has always known as night. Breathing in. The clock knows where it is tonight. It is in the night, the right night. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. I am held through every remaining hour by the ancient heart's complete surround. Breathing out. By the oldest trees in every direction, by the mycorrhizal network's pulse beneath. Breathing in. By the bioluminescent light that is alive and present and the right quality of night. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world, and the natural world receives me. Breathing in. The forest is breathing. Breathing out. The body is breathing with the forest. Breathing in. The pulse is in the floor. Breathing out. The breath is with the pulse. Breathing in. The light is everywhere. Breathing out. The clock is synchronized. Breathing in. The melatonin is rising. Breathing out. The sleep is deep. Breathing in. My body belongs in the natural world. Breathing out. The natural world receives me. Breathing in. The ancient heart holds this body. Breathing out. The forest breathes. Breathing in. The body breathes. Breathing out. Together. Breathing in the ancient light. Breathing out. In the oldest available forest. Breathing in the most complete available synchronization. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world. Breathing in, and the natural world receives me. Breathing out. That is enough. Breathing in, tonight. Breathing out, in the ancient heart of the bioluminescent forest. Breathing in, synchronized. Breathing out, restored. Breathing in, received. Breathing out. My body belongs in the natural world. Breathing in, the natural world receives me. Breathing out, the forest is here. Breathing in, the ancient light continues. Breathing out, through every remaining cycle. Breathing in, of this synchronized night. Breathing out, the clock knows where it is. Breathing in, the body knows where it belongs. Breathing out, the ancient heart holds both. Breathing in, through every hour. Breathing out, until the morning that follows. Breathing in, the most synchronized available sleep. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world. Breathing in, the natural world receives me. Breathing out, that has always been true. Breathing in, tonight the body has remembered it. Breathing out, in the ancient heart. Breathing in the bioluminescent light. Breathing out, in the forest breathing. Breathing in the mycorrhizal pulse. Breathing out, in the oldest available trees. Breathing in the stars through the oculus above. Breathing out, my body belongs in the natural world. Breathing in, the natural world receives me. Breathing out, that is everything. Breathing in, tonight. Breathing out.
Thank you.